You live in a world where people don't ask why something happened. They ask who caused it. Not with hands, but with eyes. With thoughts. With envy. If the bread doesn't rise, it's not the flour. It's the woman who didn't speak to you yesterday. If your child catches fever, it's not the weather. It's the tree that grew crooked in your yard. Or the blackbird that sat on your windowsill too long. You live in a world where every sound has meaning. And silence. Silence is the loudest warning of all. You pull your thin wool blanket tighter across your chest. The straw beneath you crackles. It's wet again. Or maybe it never dried from yesterday. Someone's coughing outside. You don't open the shutters to look. You just listen. There it is again. A short, dry cough, and then footsteps, but not toward your door. Away. That's good. You think that's good. The moon is out, but faint. Pale, like it's afraid of its own light. There's a draft from under the door, and the candle you lit has already gone out. You don't bother lighting it again. You've learned that darkness, at least, is honest. It doesn't flicker. It doesn't lie. Your mother told you never to whistle at night. You did it once, by accident, when you were 7. She slapped your hand before the sound even finished. Not because it was rude. But because the devil listens at night. He waits for music. She said he likes the lonely ones best. So you learn to hum instead. Quietly. Under your breath. Just enough to remind yourself that your voice still works. Just enough not to be heard. There are rules here. Old ones. Carved not into stone, but into habit. Into the way you place your shoes beside the bed. Left shoe first. Always. Into the way you never sleep with your feet pointing toward the door. That's how the dead sleep. Into the way you never leave a mirror uncovered during a storm. Because lightning doesn't just strike trees. It strikes reflections. It finds whatever sees itself too clearly and shatters it. Some of these rules are written nowhere. Not even spoken aloud. You just know them. Because everyone does. And those who don't, well. You remember what happened to the baker's wife. They found her lying face down in the field, her mouth full of grass, her hands curled like claws. They said it was grief. She had lost 2 children that spring. But someone whispered about the apples she dried last winter. That she hung them wrong. That she spoke to them. That she cut a star into each one. You never ate her pies again after that. Not even before she died. You sit upright. Just for a moment. There's a sound under the floor. You tell yourself it's a rat. Just one. But part of you wonders if it's something else. Something older. The floor is uneven, warped by time and damp. And if the boards remember footsteps, they might also remember names. Names you're not supposed to say aloud. Names you heard once in the woods, whispered by someone who wasn't there. You lie back down. Slowly. Listening to your own breath. You wish you had salt to place beneath your pillow. Salt keeps things out. Or keeps things in. You're not sure anymore. You just know it matters. The wind picks up. You've heard people say it howls. But this isn't a howl. This is a whisper stretched thin. This is the sound of teeth gritting in the dark. And your grandmother used to say, when the wind bites, keep your thoughts small. Speak only what you want the sky to repeat. You never understood that. Until last winter. When you dreamt of your cousin drowning. And they found him, the next day, beneath the ice. His mouth open. As if he had been calling for you. They say the 1600s were a time of ignorance. Of fear. Of peasantry and plague and priests who bled people to heal them. But that's not what it feels like from inside the skin. From inside the nights. It feels, watched. Like history isn't something behind you. But something that still listens. Still waits. And sometimes answers. You've heard about the devil, of course. Everyone has. But the real terror isn't horns or smoke or fire. It's the familiar voice that calls your name just slightly wrong. The one that sounds like your mother, but isn't. The one that says, "Come outside," when you know no one should be outside. You live in a world where sleep isn't just rest. It's risk. Where every object in your home carries meaning. The cracked bowl. The spoon bent in prayer. The broom turned bristles up behind the door. You don't question these things. You remember what happened to the boy who laughed at them. And yet, somehow, it's beautiful too. In a strange, brittle way. The way snow is beautiful before it melts. Or how a dying candle still gives enough light to remember your own face. So tonight, I'll walk you through their world. Not from above, like a scholar with spectacles and scrolls. But from beside you. In the cold. In the silence. In the spaces between footsteps. We'll listen together. To the stories they believed. The objects they feared. The tiny, strange rituals that made them feel, if not safe, then at least, less alone. These aren't legends. They're lives. These weren't witches. They were women with knowledge no one understood. These weren't fools. They were fathers who stayed up all night watching the sky, just in case it blinked. And as the fire dies lower, and your eyes grow heavier, I'll whisper their fears to you. One by one. Softly. Like they were passed from mother to daughter. From neighbor to neighbor. From one cold night, to the next. So lie back. Let the candlelight flicker behind your eyelids. And listen. You're about to step into a time where silence had teeth. And the wind? The wind knew your name. You're not sure when the wind started. It didn't begin with a gust, or a chill, or a window banging open like in stories. It began with stillness. Too much stillness. The kind that makes your ears hum from the absence of sound. The kind where even the rats seem to wait. You noticed it because the fire wouldn't catch. 3 tries. 4. A spark, a curl of smoke, and then, nothing. So you gave up. You huddled into your shawl, curled your knees to your chest, and waited. For what, you didn't know. Your mother used to say that when the wind goes quiet, it's listening. Listening for voices it wants to follow home. And tonight, you've already spoken too much. The shutters creak, not from force, but from memory. They remember storms the way bones remember bruises. You think of sealing them with wax, but you don't move. Because moving would mean leaving the circle of warmth you've made for yourself. A circle that smells of onion and smoke and the faintest trace of fear. The room holds its breath with you. Then, it begins. It doesn't come as a roar or a howl. It comes as a sigh, low, long, and almost human. A sound like someone exhaling after a secret. You tell yourself it's just the wind. That's all. The wind. But then it lifts, rising through the trees, slipping between the beams of your roof, and settling into the chimney with a voice. And not just a sound, a voice. Thin. High. Cracked with cold. Whispering not to you, but about you. You've lived with stories your whole life. You were told them before you had teeth. Tales of women who turned into crows. Of men who saw their deaths reflected in puddles. Of things that walk the fields with no feet but leave prints in frost. You never believed them. Not really. Not until last spring, when the piglets screamed for hours the night before your brother died. He had only gone to fetch water. But when they found him, his hands were blue. His lips cracked. And there was a mark on his neck, shaped like a hand, but too small to be yours. Too long to be his. They said it was the cold. Or maybe the fever that had taken hold of the village 2 months before. But your grandmother only nodded, slowly. And said, that boy should have stopped whistling. You shift under the blanket. The straw beneath you is damp. Again. You don't know if it's from your own sweat, or the roof's slow drip, or the way fear turns everything into water. You press your palms against your knees and try to ground yourself. The room is still. But outside, something moves. It doesn't walk. It glides. And it doesn't knock. It brushes. Like branches. Or fingers. Or hair. You remember what they say about nights like this, that witches don't need doors. They come in through thoughts. Through dreams. Through cracks in your doubt. That if you speak their names, even once, even softly, they might mistake it for an invitation. You haven't spoken anyone's name tonight. Not even in your mind. Not since the wind started. The candle by the hearth has long since died. You could relight it. You could. But that would mean exposing your breath. Your hands. Your shape. You've always been told that flame attracts more than warmth. You pull the edges of your blanket tighter. A corner is damp. You ignore it. The house groans. Not from weight, but from memory. It has held too many winters, too many bodies, too many breaths breathed in silence. You once found an old nail behind the door, wrapped in twine, tucked in a clump of herbs, and coated in wax. You asked your mother about it. She looked at you too long, then said nothing. That was answer enough. This isn't a world of logic. Not entirely. It's a world of pattern. Of cause and consequence that doesn't always make sense. If the milk curdles, it's because someone stared at it too hard. If your spoon breaks, it's a sign to fast tomorrow. If you dream of teeth, someone close to you is lying. And if the wind howls before dawn, someone nearby will not live to see the dusk. You don't want to believe it. But you've seen enough to stay quiet. Outside, the wind picks up again, harsher now. Less whisper, more whine. Like something being pulled against its will. You don't look toward the window. You know better. They say the wind can see if you look directly at it. That it can find your eyes, and mark them, and leave something behind. Your grandmother used to place salt under every threshold. She said it kept things from crossing in. You forgot to do that tonight. You meant to. But you didn't. And now, it's too late. The shutter knocks, once. Then twice. You flinch. It's just wood. Just wood. But the knock was too steady. Too slow. Like it wasn't the wind. A dog barks somewhere far off. Then another. Then silence. And that's worse. You lie very still. Breathing through your nose. Counting in threes. 3 heartbeats. 3 breaths. 3 slow, deliberate thoughts. I am safe. I am silent. I am unseen. The wind seems to listen. Then, almost mockingly, it laughs. Not loudly. Not fully. But with the breath of leaves against stone. With the murmur of branches dragging across a roof. They used to say the wind was a woman. That she walks with a limp and a lantern. That she's searching for her child. That if she mistakes you for him, she'll follow you home. And if she reaches your door, you must not answer. Not even if she calls your name. Not even if she weeps. Especially if she weeps. You clutch the blanket to your chin. The fire has died completely now. The hearth is black. The only light is the memory of it, flickering behind your eyes. You want to sleep. You want to believe this is just a night like any other. But something deep inside you, old, animal, silent, tells you that tonight is not like the others. That tonight, the wind carries something it did not carry before. You think of the mirror in the corner, covered in linen, as it always is at night. You think of the reflection it holds, or doesn't hold. And you wonder, if something ever looked back. You close your eyes. Not to rest, but to disappear. And the wind keeps howling. Not as a scream. Not as a shout. But like a woman humming a lullaby through her teeth. And then, it stops. Just like that. The quiet is louder than the noise. Like a breath held for too long. Like a question waiting to be answered. You know what comes next. Because your mother warned you. Your grandmother warned you. And when your brother whistled that spring morning, he didn't hear the wind until it was too late. You don't mean to. It just happens. A habit, nothing more, a bit of air, a loose note, a whistle curled between your teeth like a secret trying to slip out. It's not even a song. Just one soft note. Barely there. But it hangs in the air long enough for your mother to turn. For her face to drop. For her voice to flatten into something low and ancient. She doesn't shout. That would have been better. She just says your name, slowly, like it doesn't belong to you anymore. Then she kneels, grips your wrist too tightly, and says it, the warning. Don't ever whistle at night again. He listens. You blink. You don't know who she means. Not really. She doesn't say, the devil. She doesn't need to. Where you live, people avoid names. Names give shape. Names give entry. You nod. Because you're scared of her eyes, not her words. And because the wind has started again. You hadn't noticed it before, but now it's everywhere. Crawling around the window frames. Threading its fingers through the thatch. Listening, maybe. Still carrying your note like a trail of breadcrumbs. That night, you stay silent in bed. Your breath shallow. You don't hum. You don't shift. You keep your lips sealed until morning. But something feels different after that. As if something heard you, and hasn't forgotten. Years pass. You hear the stories more often now. Quiet ones. Passed from one tongue to another like sour bread. A neighbor's calf born with no eyes. A girl who spoke in languages no one had taught her. A boy who disappeared in the field behind the well, and when they found him, his feet were clean, but his hands were full of soil. Each time, someone says the same thing, he must have whistled. You're older now, but you still remember that look on your mother's face. So you never do it again. Not even during the day. Not even for fun. Not even when your chores drag and your thoughts itch for distraction. But sometimes, when you're alone and the wind is still, you hear someone else do it. Just one note. Far off. Like a child. Like a game. But there are no children near. Not at that hour. They say the devil's ear is most sensitive between dusk and dawn. That it's tuned not to shouts, but to mischief. That whistling is a signal, an invitation, and he answers it with one of his own. Not a whistle back, but a presence. A suggestion. Something you don't quite notice until it's already in the room. One evening, a traveler passes through. A piper with a crooked smile and eyes that blink out of sync. He plays for coin. For bread. For warmth. His melodies are strange, a little too fast, a little too sharp. He plays in front of the inn. No one claps. No one speaks. When he leaves, the air feels heavier. And that night, every dog in town howls in unison, just once. And then, silence. No one speaks of him again. You try to forget his tune, but it keeps showing up in dreams. Just a fragment. 3 notes. Always the same. You wake with them on your tongue, ready to whistle, and have to bite down hard to stop yourself. There's an old woman in your village. They call her Mute Magda. Not because she can't speak, but because she won't. She hasn't spoken in 15 years. They say she whistled once, when she was young. A love song, meant for a boy across the river. He never answered. But something else did. Now, she carries salt in her pockets and won't go outside after sunset. She looks at the ground when the wind rises. And if someone whistles near her, even by accident, she turns her back and walks the other way. You asked your uncle once if the devil really listens. He laughed. Said the devil has better things to do. Said superstition is just how poor folk make sense of coincidence. You believed him, for a while. Until the night he stopped coming to church. Until the night they found his sheep huddled in the farthest corner of the pen, staring at nothing. Until he burned all his wooden flutes in the yard, without explanation, one by one, until the smoke smelled like memory. There are rules in your world. Unwritten. Quiet. Don't leave scissors open. Don't light 3 candles in a line. Don't rock an empty cradle. Don't whistle at night. Because it's not just about calling him. It's about being heard. They say the devil's not always a figure. Sometimes he's a shadow that lingers too long in the corner. A flicker in the mirror you don't remember moving. A feeling, like someone waiting for you to finish what you started. And whistling is a start. A door not wide open, but cracked. A footstep you didn't mean to take. Once, you heard of a boy 2 towns over. He mocked the old tales. Said them aloud, on purpose. Whistled every evening just to prove nothing would happen. He said it was a song he made up. But someone heard it one night, and recognized the tune. Not from church. Not from the tavern. But from a place that doesn't exist anymore. The boy stopped whistling. Then stopped speaking. Then, stopped being seen at all. They say the devil doesn't need to kill you. He just needs you to invite him in, and then forget you did. You've learned to be careful with sound. Sound gives shape. Words build. Whistles wander. That's what makes them dangerous. They drift. They curl. They carry further than you intend. And they're not always yours by the time they reach a listening ear. Now, when the wind picks up, you place a knife under your bed, blade up. Your mother taught you that. Said it cuts whatever comes crawling. You don't know if it works. But it's better than nothing. You don't light candles when you're alone anymore. Not after the last one flickered against the wind, in the wrong direction. You think about that first night often. About the look in your mother's eyes. About how fast she moved. About how quickly her silence returned. Not scolding. Not angry. Just, afraid. And now you understand why. Because there's a sound under your window. Right now. A whistle. Not cheerful. Not playful. Just 3 notes. Drawn out. Like something trying to remember your voice. The mirror is old. Older than your grandmother's stories. Older than the house. Its frame is oak, warped and worm-eaten, carved with flowers that no longer bloom anywhere nearby. You've never seen those flowers in real life. Only here. With curling petals. Wilted. Closed. Like hands clenching. It hangs in the far corner of the room, opposite your bed. You've never liked it. Even as a child, you'd throw a shawl over it before sleeping, even when no one asked you to. Something about it makes you nervous. Not the glass, not really. But the silence around it. How it never seems to gather dust, even when the windowsill turns gray with it. How the air around it feels slightly cooler. How it reflects the room, but not quite the way you remember placing things. No one talks about mirrors where you live. They just cover them. During storms. During sickness. during childbirth. And especially during death. You learned that the hard way. It was the spring your grandfather passed, quiet, in the night, while you were sleeping. You didn't know until morning, when you stepped into the front room and saw your aunt scrambling for fabric. She covered every reflective surface she could find. The kettle. The stove. A puddle in the corner. And last, the mirror. Too late. Your grandfather's body was still warm when she pulled the cloth across the glass. You didn't understand what the panic was about, but you saw it. Just for a moment. In the reflection. A shape, standing beside him. Not a person. Not a ghost. Not anything you could name. But something watching. Something still. Your aunt slapped your hand when you tried to look again. Don't stare, she hissed. If it sees you, it might remember. Ever since then, the mirror hasn't felt like it belongs to the house. It feels borrowed. Like a window to a room no one admits exists. They say mirrors hold your soul. That each time you look into one, a sliver of you stays behind. Not much. Just a thread. But enough. And that's why people used to cover them when someone was dying, to keep the soul from getting trapped inside the glass. Because once it's in, it might not leave. Or worse, something else might step out. You're older now, but you still don't like to look into it for long. You wash your face in the basin with your back to it. You dress with the curtains drawn. You never polish it. Not even when the smudges make it hard to see. Because sometimes, the smudges move. Just slightly. Just when you're not looking directly. You told yourself it was light. Dust. Your own breath. But breath doesn't form fingerprints. There's a story you've heard, quietly, from the old man who tends the graveyard. He says that once, long ago, a widow stared too long into her mirror. She was mourning. Grieving. Calling for her husband to come back. The glass fogged from her sighs. But when it cleared, she wasn't alone. Her husband didn't return. But something else did. They say she started speaking in languages she never knew. That she plucked her own hair and fed it to crows. That she would sit for hours, not blinking, whispering into her lap. They say the mirror was buried with her, face down, wrapped in linen soaked in vinegar and salt. No one has gone near that plot since. Your grandmother believes in that kind of thing. She calls mirrors, traps. Not just for souls, but for thoughts. For energy. For grief. She says reflections are greedy. That they take what they're given, and sometimes, they keep it. Which is why, when your sister was sick last winter, your grandmother threw a blanket over the mirror the moment her fever broke. Just in case. She didn't uncover it for 7 days. 7 is the number of completion. 7 is the number the devil hates. 7 keeps the veil shut. You remember walking past it that week. The shape of it, still, covered, was somehow worse. Like something waiting behind the curtain. Like something holding its breath. Now, you live alone. And the mirror is still there. You've thought of removing it. Selling it. Smashing it, even. But every time you try, something stops you. Not fear. Not quite. More like, guilt. As if it would feel you doing it. As if it would take offense. And then remember. So instead, you live around it. You keep its reflection away from your bed. You never let it see you sleep. You never let it see you cry. Because if it holds pieces of you, you want those pieces to be still. Quiet. Undisturbed. But tonight, something's different. You didn't cover it. You meant to. But you forgot. The day was long. The wind was heavy. Your thoughts were elsewhere. And now, it's too late to move. Because as you lie here, awake, cold, unsure, you notice something. The room is still. Your breath is steady. But the reflection is wrong. It's subtle. Infinitesimal. But your reflection is breathing differently. Just slightly. Just out of sync. You exhale. It waits. Then exhales, too. Like it's trying to keep pace. But not quite. Not anymore. You freeze. Stare. The mirror stares back. You want to move. But you don't. Because some part of you, the ancient part, the part that dreams of wolves and fire and teeth, knows that movement invites acknowledgement. You try to blink slowly. Deliberately. Matching the reflection. But it doesn't blink back. Instead, it tilts its head. Just slightly. Not a lot. But enough. Enough to prove a point. Enough to tell you, I am not you. You sit upright. The room creaks. The walls groan. And still, the mirror remains still. Then the reflection catches up. Slowly. It raises its hand, late, and mimics you. But now you know it's pretending. Now you see the gap. The lag. The mistake. And that's worse than anything else. Because it means it was trying. Trying to be you. To mimic. To blend. And failing. Which means it wanted something. Which means it's aware. You throw the blanket over the glass. Not carefully. Not with grace. You scramble, palms shaking, breath catching, and you cover it, rough and wrong and crooked, but it's covered. You stagger back, watching the fabric for movement. Nothing. Just silence. You stand there for what feels like hours. And finally, you sit. But you don't sleep. You don't even close your eyes. Because what you saw wasn't just a reflection. It was something left behind. Or something trying to come through. And you remember now what your grandmother said, about mirrors, about traps, about thoughts. You wonder if something slipped through once. Long ago. And got stuck. And if maybe, just maybe, it's been waiting. And if the mirror holds your soul. Then what happens when something else reaches in? You're no longer sure when the pain began. Only that it spread. Slowly, deliberately, like smoke curling into the hollows of your joints, like cold fingers finding places even warmth had forgotten. It started somewhere in your neck, then slithered down your spine, made a home in the back of your knees. At first, you told yourself it was fatigue, days spent in damp air, carrying buckets, standing too long in mud, but soon it became something else. Not just pain. Weight. A heaviness inside your body, inside your thoughts. And then came the glances. The way people looked at you, not with suspicion, not yet, but with a kind of hesitation that made your skin itch. A step back at the well. A hand withdrawn at the market. A whisper at the edge of the square. You knew what they were thinking. Not aloud. No one would say the word. But you heard it anyway. Cursed. The murmurs started after the accident. The girl in the stable, the one who climbed the ladder too fast, too carelessly, too high. You didn't push her. You didn't even see her fall. You were brushing down the gelding, back turned, halfway through humming a tune. But they say you spoke to her just before. Touched her shoulder. Told her, jokingly, to slow down. And in this village, a moment is enough to plant suspicion. One afternoon, as you're hauling water, the stable boy, the one with a crooked leg and a milky eye, leans toward you without warning and speaks low, without looking at you. Might be the old kind, he says. Which is work. You'll have to draw it out. He says it like it's fact. Like it's just another weather pattern. You want to laugh, or scoff, or spit, but the pain is still there, curling tighter. That night you dream of knots. of cords tightening around your ribs. And in the morning, you find yourself standing in the stable before sunrise, clutching a clay bowl in both hands. The mare snorts, shifting her weight, and then it comes. Steam rises first, thick and pungent. The smell hits your eyes. The bowl fills, warm and yellow and alive. You gag once, silently. Then carry it home. The stable boy said it must be fresh. Hot. Not to drink, he warned. Not this time. Just a soak. You sit on the floor in the corner of your room, knees pulled close, and lower a strip of linen into the bowl. The cloth goes limp. Heavy. You wring it once, then press it to your neck. The shock is instant. Not from the heat. Not from the smell. But from something deeper, a presence, as if the fabric isn't just wet but aware. It wraps around your throat and you count, barely breathing. 1, 2, 3, up to 60. Your pulse jumps against the cloth. You don't cry. You don't blink. You remember. Things you didn't plan to. Her laugh. Her hair. The way she never looked down. And the thought that passed through you just before she climbed, how you wished, for once, that she would be quiet. Not cruel. Just tired. And maybe that's all it takes. A wish. A flicker of bitterness. A breath of envy caught by the wind. You unwrap the cloth and take it outside. Burn it in the pit behind the house. The flames leap high, too blue, too fast. You don't ask what that means. That night, you sleep for the first time in days. The pain dulls. The silence is deeper. But by the third day, it returns, not sharp, just there. You repeat the ritual. 3 times in a week. Each time, the bowl fills slower. Each time, the cloth burns quicker. Each time, something leaves you. Something small. A lie. A glance. A memory you didn't mean to carry. The village doesn't speak your name anymore. Not in front of you. But they don't watch you like before either. They just nod, lips thin, and look past your shoulder. One old woman gives you dried heather with your vinegar. To keep it away, she says. She doesn't smile. You tuck it into your pocket. You still feel something in your bones, but lighter now. Manageable. Familiar. Then, another girl falls. Not in the stable this time, but the well. No one screams. No one points. They just look at the sky. As if something has moved again. You know, now, that curses don't vanish. They migrate. From thought to breath. From name to name. From moment to moment. You know that sometimes, even a silent wish is enough to open a door. And if horse urine can pull it out, you wonder what else it will take to keep death from walking in next. The clock never stops. That's what makes it unsettling when it does. It's not the chime that unnerves you. It's the absence of it. You've lived in this house long enough to forget it even made a sound, until the sound doesn't come. That's how it always begins. Not with a scream. Not with a shadow. But with silence where noise used to live. The long case clock in your hallway has been here longer than the floorboards. Built by a man whose name is no longer remembered, carved with a detail too fine for someone who lived on porridge and prayers. They say he built only 2, one for the chapel, one for this house. The chapels stopped years ago. No one remembers why. Or when. Yours never did. Until now. It's mid-afternoon when you notice it. You're stirring something on the hearth, stew, or soap, you don't quite recall, and in the background, there's nothing. No tick. No heartbeat of wood and brass. Just the wind, which has gone still. You don't panic. You listen. Sometimes the gears slow in the cold. But this isn't slow. This is dead. You wipe your hands. Walk to the hall. Stand in front of it. The pendulum isn't moving. You reach out, slowly, with the kind of hesitation you reserve for wounded animals and locked doors. The wood is warm. Not cold. Not warm from fire. Warm like breath. Like someone was just here. Your fingertips brush the glass. No crack. No break. Just stillness, suspended. You feel the back of your neck begin to tighten. The stew is still boiling. The house hasn't changed. And yet, everything is different. Because now the clock is watching. They say a clock stopping means a soul is about to leave. That when the tick ceases, time does too, but only for the one being taken. The rest of the world continues, but for them, there is no more movement. No more seconds. Just a pause that doesn't end. You heard the story first from your grandfather, when you were too young to understand the shape of loss. He told you about the day his brother died, how their family's clock stopped at the exact moment his body hit the river stones. No one wounded it. No one touched it. It simply obeyed. You never quite believed him. But you didn't forget. And now, standing here, you wonder if the house knows something you don't. You listen harder. 4 creaks. 4 footsteps. For a whisper behind the door. But all you hear is a shift in the wind. The moment stretches. The pendulum doesn't move. You try to push the weight, gently. Just once. It doesn't respond. Then, as if from nowhere, a memory surfaces. It's a phrase. Something your mother said once, while wrapping herbs in paper: time stops for those who are about to walk alone. You didn't ask what she meant. You were too young. Or too afraid. You return to the kitchen. You ladle the stew into bowls you don't finish. You wait by the window even though no one's coming. At dusk, the dog begins to whine. Not bark. Not growl. Just a soft, breathy sound. The kind that animals make when something enters a space they can't see, something old. Something not meant to be touched. You don't open the door. You check the lock again, even though it hasn't moved. You light a candle, not for light, but for warning. And still, the clock does not tick. That night, your dreams are long and weightless. No sound. No color. Just a cold hallway and the faint smell of wood smoke and ash. You walk until you find a door. You open it. And behind it, there's nothing. Not emptiness, not darkness, but the presence of absence. A room that has forgotten how to hold people. A silence that was never broken to begin with. You wake with your hands clenched. The candle has gone out. The dog has stopped whining. And the clock is still silent. You go through your day slowly. Every step measured. Every sound monitored. People in the village don't look at you. But they seem to move around you, like birds sensing rain. A child drops a loaf of bread when you walk by. No one picks it up. You don't stay long. That evening, your neighbor appears. He doesn't knock. He just stands there, holding his hat in both hands. His lips move before sound catches up. "It's my wife," he says. She passed. This morning. You nod. He doesn't explain more. He doesn't need to. He tells you the hour. And it matches. Exactly. The minute the stew stopped boiling. The second the dog whimpered. The tick that vanished. She wasn't close to you. You weren't expecting grief. But you feel it anyway. Not for her, but for the space she leaves behind. For the confirmation of what you feared. The clock had known. They say death always sends a herald. Sometimes it's a bird. Sometimes a dream. Sometimes a breath against your neck when no one's behind you. And sometimes, it's time itself, halting, gasping, before the soul does. You return inside. Light the candle again. Just one. Place it near the clock. You speak to it. Not aloud. Not in full sentences. Just enough to let it know you understand. The next morning, the pendulum is swinging again. Softly. As if tired. The minute hand ticks forward. And you wonder, if something has passed through it. If maybe, the soul touched it on the way out. You don't ask why it stopped only here, in this house, and not in hers. You don't ask why it chose to warn you. You simply wind it again. Gently. Respectfully. And for the first time in your life, you think you understand what time actually is. Not just a measure. Not just a rhythm. But a message, waiting to be noticed. Waiting to be read. Because some silences are not empty. They're written. They're warnings. And the next time you hear the tick pause, you won't ask what's wrong. You'll ask for whom. You didn't name the pig. It wasn't your idea. That's what you tell yourself, and later, what you'll tell the priest. If it comes to that. The truth is, it began as a joke. A slip of a name muttered over slop one morning when the piglet snorted at your boots like it owned the world. Father Godfrey, you'd said, offhandedly, without malice, because the pig had the same heavy-lidded eyes, the same resigned grunt, the same way of listening without listening. You didn't mean anything by it. Not then. The others laughed. Just a little. It could have ended there. But it didn't. Because the name stuck. And the pig, it seemed, liked it. It would come when called, more than any animal you'd known. It would look up at you with something almost resembling judgment, as if it too had thoughts about the weather, or sin, or the shape of your soul. You found yourself nodding at it when you passed. And sometimes, you'd forget. You'd forget it wasn't him. You'd catch yourself speaking to it the way you spoke to the real Father Godfrey. With a mix of politeness and irritation. Respect softened by impatience. And still, it never felt wrong. Until the day the real Father Godfrey arrived at your door. He didn't knock. He never did. He just appeared, long coat, leather shoes covered in dust, hat in his hand and disapproval in his mouth before he even opened it. "I hear there's a swine bearing my name," he said. No preamble. No greeting. Just the statement, bare and heavy. You stammered. Apologized. Said it was a child's joke. Said it was nothing. He didn't smile. He didn't blink. He said, "Names matter. That's all." Then he left. That night, the pig wouldn't eat. You didn't think much of it. Animals are fickle. The next day, it limped. Then bled. Then shook. You tried everything. Herbs. Warm milk. A charm made by the old woman who speaks to crows. Nothing worked. And every time you stepped near the pen, the other pigs would scatter. But not that one. That one would look up at you like it knew something you didn't. Like it was waiting. By the third day, its skin was blistering. Its eyes had gone white. You thought of slaughtering it, to end the suffering, but something in you recoiled at the idea. As if the act would carry more weight than you could bear. As if you weren't ending a life, but completing a circle you didn't understand. So you waited. It died before dawn. And the next morning, the well ran dry. It hadn't done that in years. Not since the drought 2 summers ago. People began whispering. Quietly. Not just about the water, but about the name. About the insult. About the timing. The priest didn't speak of it again. But you saw the way he passed your house after that. Always slower. Eyes narrowed. Lips moving without sound. Like he was praying. Or cursing. Or maybe both. Your neighbors stopped bringing bread. The dog stopped barking. The pig was buried behind the orchard. No marker. Just silence. They say names carry weight. That to name something is to bind it. To speak something into being. That's why children aren't named until they survive their first winter. Why stillborns are buried nameless. Why people don't name the fox that visits the woods or the wind that speaks through the trees. Names make things real. Names give things power. And to name something after a man of God, especially something meant to be slaughtered, gutted, eaten, is to draw down judgment. Not just from the priest. But from whatever watches priests. From whatever listens to the misuses of language and waits for its due. Since then, you've learned to hold your tongue. You call the animals by color now. Or wait. Or nothing at all. You don't joke. You don't mutter. You don't speak over slop. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind moves through the orchard and the trees creak like bones remembering breath, you hear it. A grunt. Soft. Measured. Like a breath from beneath the earth. You tell yourself it's just memory. Just wind. Just guilt. But it always comes from the same spot. From where you buried it. From where the name still lingers. Because even now, long after the body is gone, you suspect the name stayed behind. You saw the owl 3 nights ago. Perched on the thatch just beyond the orchard fence, its head cocked unnaturally to one side, as if it had never quite agreed with the direction the world was turning. At first, you thought it was just another bird. You've seen them before, barn owls and screech owls, nesting in the hollows near the mill, feathers too white for dirt, eyes too round for peace. But this one didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't cry out. Just stared. You stood there longer than you meant to. Holding the pail of water you'd drawn, forgetting the cold sinking into your shoes, forgetting why you'd even stepped outside. You told yourself you were just tired. That it was just a bird. That maybe it was watching for mice or wind or nothing at all. But it was watching you. You knew it then. You felt it the way you feel someone looking at you in church. The way your skin tightens before your mind catches up. You looked away first. You always do. But even after you turned and went inside, you could feel its gaze resting on the back of your neck, as if it had laid something there. Something small. Something invisible. A warning, maybe. Or a promise. The next morning, your chickens refused to come out. You scattered feed, coaxed them with soft clucks the way you always do, but they huddled in the far corner of the coop, feathers puffed, eyes darting to the windows like they expected a storm that hadn't come. You didn't see the owl that day. Or the next. But the feeling lingered. Like soot in the air. Like a presence you couldn't shake. On the third night, you woke with a start. No sound. No nightmare. Just the sense of being pulled. You didn't even light a candle. You just walked to the window, slow, barefooted, silent, and there it was. Same owl. Same perch. Same stillness. Except this time, its head was upright. And it blinked. Once. Twice. Then didn't again. You watched it longer this time. Not because you wanted to. Because you had to. Something in its eyes wouldn't let you look away. They weren't threatening. They weren't kind. They just were. Bottomless. Like wells that remember falling. You don't remember going back to bed. Only waking with soil under your fingernails. You don't tend the garden. You don't remember leaving the house. You wash your hands until they sting, and you whisper a prayer you haven't said in years, one that doesn't ask for safety, but for clarity. You ask to know what's looking at you. What it wants. And whether it's finished. You hear the call that night. High, soft, elongated like a breath stretched too far. It comes from above the door, then from behind the barn, then from inside your chest. You step outside without thinking. The moon is low. The wind is watching. The owl is gone. But something is still here. You know the stories. Everyone does. You've heard them since you were small enough to sit on your grandfather's knee, before his knee turned to smoke and memory. Owls aren't birds. They're messengers. They're watchers. Sometimes witches. Sometimes angels. Sometimes the thing that comes between the two, wearing a shape the world can't explain. You remember a boy who threw a stone at one when you were children. He bragged about it, said it shrieked like a woman. Laughed about it. He stopped speaking a week later. Not because something hurt him. Not because something took him. Just because his words stopped working. His mouth still moved, but the sounds were wrong. Bent. Like twigs breaking in the wrong direction. They say he hears voices now. Only in the dark. Only when the owls come back. You haven't seen that boy in years. But you think about him now, each time the air goes still. On the fifth night, you find a feather on your doorstep. White. Curled. Tipped in something dark that isn't blood but makes you think of endings anyway. You don't pick it up. You sweep it aside. You bury it, then dig it up again. Just to be sure it's real. You begin to hear scratching on the window just before sleep. Not claws. Not nails. More like chalk. More like writing. You don't look. Because you know what happens if it catches your eye again. You know that stare doesn't just see you, it reads you. Pulls open your skin like a page and scans what's inside. And there are some words written in your bones you're not ready to hear read aloud. You go to the chapel. You don't go often. But you sit near the back and light a candle without asking. You keep your head low. The priest doesn't say your name, but he nods, once, like he knows. Like he's seen the same eyes once before and lived long enough to close the curtains when the wind moans. You think about asking him. About what it means when something stares too long. But you don't. Because you know the answer already. It means something has chosen you. And whether that's a blessing or a curse depends entirely on what you do next. You buy salt on the way home. 3 handfuls. Coarse. Cold. You line your window with it. The sill. The edge of the bed. The threshold. And still, that night, you hear it call again. Not near. But not far. Like a memory creeping back into place. You wake at dawn. Go outside. The owl is gone. The fence post is empty. But beneath it, where the frost hasn't yet melted, is a mark. Not a footprint. Not a scratch. Just a circle. Drawn with a feather. Broken in one place. An invitation. Or a warning. And in your pocket, the salt is gone. You've always carried a pinch of salt in your pocket. Folded into a corner of cloth, tied with twine, tucked behind the lining so it doesn't spill. Your grandmother gave it to you the day after you first wandered into the woods without asking. You were 7. You followed a squirrel too far past the berry patch, too close to the line where trees begin to lean inward. You didn't hear your name until it sounded wrong, like someone trying to wear your mother's voice without knowing how her throat worked. That's when you ran. That's when you came back. That night, your grandmother didn't scold you. She just sat you down, folded a square of linen, and said, "Put this in your coat. Always. And don't open it unless you have to. If you ever feel something's watching, touch it. If you ever hear your name, and it's not a voice you trust, press it to your tongue. If you ever lose your way, drop it behind you. Salt remembers what you forget." You didn't understand then. Not really. But you kept it. And it kept you. At least, that's what you chose to believe. Because belief, in places like this, is a form of protection. A contract. You don't need to understand the terms. You just follow them. That pouch has been in your coat for years now. Through harvests and storms and the year the fever took half the village. You never looked inside. Not once. Not even when the cloth softened with age. Not even when the corners frayed. You didn't need to. Because it was there. And that was enough. Until the day it wasn't. You notice it mid-step. Crossing the ridge toward the lower field. The air is dry. The trees are whispering too softly for words. You reach into your coat without thinking, just a habit, just to feel its weight. But there's nothing. The pocket is flat. The lining empty. You stop walking. You check again. Nothing. You retrace your steps. 5, 10, 20 paces back. Nothing. You kneel. Search the path. Lift a fallen leaf. Brush aside frost. Still nothing. The pouch is gone. And suddenly, everything feels louder. The crunch of your boots. The breath in your throat. The sound the trees make when they realize you're listening. You go home early. You check your room. The hearth. The wash bin. You turn your coat inside out. It isn't there. You don't tell anyone. Because to say it aloud would be to acknowledge the opening. The vulnerability. The lack. You make a new pouch. Cloth. Twine. 3 pinches from the kitchen jar. But it doesn't feel the same. Doesn't sit right in your pocket. Too light. Too young. Untrained. You carry it anyway. But that night, your dreams shift. You're standing in a field you've never walked. There's no moon. The grass is too tall. You hear your name. Not shouted. Not sung. Just said. Calmly. From somewhere just beyond the edge of your seeing. You wake cold. Mouth dry. Feet dirty. The new pouch is still in your coat. But you don't trust it. You go to the woodshed the next morning. Find the old iron nails your grandfather once used to fix the fence. You place one in each boot, beneath the heel. It's uncomfortable. That's the point. Protection shouldn't be soft. Not always. You avoid mirrors. Avoid deep water. Avoid the wind when it moves faster than the leaves. You speak less. Sleep less. And the dreams grow louder. Sometimes, they look like your father's voice. Sometimes, they look like your childhood kitchen, but with windows that open into fog. Once, you wake standing at the edge of the orchard. No coat. No shoes. Just your name hanging in the air like steam. You know what's happening. You've heard the stories. The taken ones don't vanish. Not all at once. It starts small. Dreams. Echoes. Lost time. 1 foot in this world. 1 foot somewhere else. And salt, they say, is the thread that holds you tethered. Without it, you float. And things begin to notice. Your neighbor's daughter went missing last autumn. Walked out to feed the hens and didn't come back. They found her boots at the edge of the stream, filled with water. No footprints. No sign of struggle. Her mother swears she heard her humming days later, behind the wall, inside the chimney, beneath the floor. No one talks about it now. You start sleeping with a ring of salt around your bed. You don't know if it works. But it feels like a line between breath and blur. You sew another pouch. This time with thread dipped in wine and ash. You don't speak while making it. You don't let it touch the ground. You keep it close, even while bathing. And for a while, the dream's ease. Not gone. Just softened. Until the day you passed the stone marker near the church. You've passed it 100 times. But today, it's wet. Though there's been no rain. And beneath it, barely visible, is your pouch. The old one. The one you lost. Still tied. Still full. You pick it up with shaking fingers. The cloth is warm. Not from sun. But like something had been holding it. You untie the string. Inside, the salt is black. You drop it. Not because it burns. But because it remembers. You bury it on the spot. Don't mark the place. Don't speak. You walk home slower that day. The wind doesn't move. The crows stay quiet. And the new pouch in your pocket feels heavier. That night, just before sleep, you hear something press against the window. Not knock. Not scratch. Just rest. Like a palm. Like a face. Like something that had followed you once, found the salt missing, and nearly opened the door. You wouldn't have noticed it if the light hadn't caught the edge of the hearth just so. Just a flicker, late in the day, when the sun came in sideways and warmed through the smoke-smeared glass. The fire had gone out hours ago. Ash rested in thick folds like folded linen, quiet and undisturbed. But something metallic gleamed where no metal should be, tucked in the crevice just behind the soot, near the stone lining. You crouched slowly. Brushed aside the edge of cold charcoal. And there, half buried in the blackness, was a single nail. Iron. Old. Bent at the head like it had once been pulled from something unwilling. You didn't touch it. Not at first. Because you knew what iron meant. It wasn't for holding things together. Not anymore. Not here. Not when it was hidden. That chimney had stood longer than the floorboards. The house was old, not grand. Built narrow, with low beams and uneven thresholds. But it was quiet. You'd always trusted its stillness. Now, as you stared at the rusted nail behind the hearth, something in that stillness shifted. You asked the shoemaker the next day. Not directly. You asked about repairs, about roof leaks and weather rot. You let the conversation wander. And finally, with careful steps, you asked about the fireplace. He didn't look up. Didn't pause his stitching. Just said, "My wife did that." You waited. He didn't offer more. Until finally, with the needle still in hand, he added, "She grew up north. Near the forest. They taught her how to keep a house sealed." You nodded, as if you understood. But you didn't. Not fully. Until the next time you visited, 2 weeks later, after the frost had cracked the basin in your courtyard. You came to return a borrowed pail. She wasn't home. He was. And as he handed you a slice of bread, you noticed the chimney again. And this time, you looked higher. 3 more nails. Tucked beneath the mantel. Set like teeth. You asked then, gently, without accusation, why they were there. He hesitated. Then answered, to keep the breath in. That's what he called it. The breath. Not the spirit. Not the curse. Not the devil. Just, the breath. Something you could lose without noticing. Something that slipped out in steam or in song or in sorrow, and never came back. He said she hammered the nails in after their 3rd miscarriage. Said she did it in the dead of night. No words. No warning. Just the rhythm of iron on stone, steady and slow. When he asked her why, she said, because something was crawling down the flue. You didn't ask what. Some knowledge comes wrapped in silence. And it's not your place to unwrap it. You went home that evening and lit the fire for the first time in a week. Let the flame rise slowly, the way your grandmother taught you, pine, then ash, then oak, like an offering. You watched the smoke spiral into the chimney and imagined it passing by cold metal. 3 nails. Maybe 4. Old ones. Bent ones. Placed by hands that weren't sure but hoped. That night, your dreams smelled like firewood and iron. In them, the chimney breathed. Not with smoke. But with memory. The next morning, you searched your house for nails. Not new ones. Not clean. You looked for old ones, the ones that had held barn doors in place, that had rusted inside forgotten drawers. You found 4. You didn't tell anyone. At dusk, you hammered the first into the stone just above the fireplace. It took 3 strikes. The second, beneath the window frame in the kitchen. The third, beside the lintel of the front door. The last one you carried in your pocket. All day. Until you felt the weight of it change. And when the night came, you set it beneath your pillow. Not under. Beneath. Because something inside you whispered it had to touch the wood. The dreams that came after were stranger. Not darker. But clearer. You saw the shoemaker's wife, standing by her own hearth, hammer in hand, lips moving with no sound. You saw the smoke bend away from her, as if something in the room didn't want to be near her anymore. You woke with a thin line of soot across your cheek. Your fire had gone out during the night. No wind. No damp. Just, gone. You cleaned the hearth that morning with quiet hands. And when you reached behind the stones to scoop the ashes, you found it. Not a nail. Not iron. A feather. Gray. Bent. Tucked in a place no bird could have reached. You burned it. Without thinking. Because you understood something now. Not everything. But enough. The chimney isn't just where the smoke goes. It's where things come in. You seal it not just to hold warmth, but to keep the watchers out. The ones who crawl through soot. The ones who breathe what you breathe. The ones who know when your sorrow ripens. They say every house is alive. That it breathes with you. And if you don't protect its mouth, something else will speak through it. It happens quickly. A slip. A clatter. The soft splash of loss. One moment, your niece is standing at the table, proud and deliberate, holding the wooden pail with both hands like it's a holy thing. And then, a stumble. The corner of the stool catches her foot. And the milk spills. Not a little. All of it. A pale wave pouring down the legs of the table, seeping into the cracks of the old floorboards, soaking into the cloth at your feet. She gasps. Looks up at you. Her mouth open but voiceless. Her eyes wide in a way that tells you she already knows. Before you say a word, she knows. You kneel to help her clean it, slow and quiet, trying not to look her in the eye. Because if you do, if you say the wrong thing, you'll make it real. The old saying comes back without asking, spilled milk means death in the family. You never believed it. Not truly. It was just one of those things people said. Like don't walk under ladders, or if a rooster crows at your back, someone's watching you. But belief has never been the point. It's not about whether you think it's true. It's about whether the world does. You try to make it light. Tell the girl it's nothing. Just a mistake. Just clumsy fingers and a loose stool. You pat her head and send her off with a new pail. But your hands are shaking as you wipe the floor. Not from anger. Not from the mess. From memory. Because the last time milk spilled like this, exactly like this, was the morning your father died. You didn't remember until now. You had been 13. Rushing. Late to school. You knocked the jug from the table and it shattered against the hearthstone. Your mother looked at it for too long. Didn't speak. Just stared at the spreading white like it was a message spelled in some older language. That night, your father fell from the cart. His neck snapped clean. Coincidence, they said. But your mother swept the kitchen 3 times a day after that. With salt. That evening, you set the milk jug on the table more carefully than usual. You don't drink it. No one does. It sits there like a question. The candle beside it burns slower. The shadows lean toward it. You place your hand on the wood and wait. As if something will speak. The next morning, the dog howls once. Then stops. The fire doesn't catch on the first try. The milk tastes sour, though it's fresh. And at noon, a boy comes running from the fields. Your uncle is dead. The one who lives near the hill. The one who walks with a limp and tells stories that make children afraid. Hart stopped while tending to the goats. Alone. You feel the air thin around you. You think of the milk. The way it ran across the floor. Not hurried. Not frantic. Just steady. Like it knew where it was going. That night, you clean the pail with salt water. You leave a saucer of milk at the back door. Not for cats. You whisper a prayer you haven't used in years. It doesn't matter which God hears it. Only that someone does. You remember your grandmother once said that milk binds things. It carries memory. Carries grief. That to spill it is to release more than nourishment. It's to open something. To give the ground a name it wasn't ready to speak. There are stories of families who lost every child one by one, all in years when the milk wouldn't sit still in the pot. There are stories of ghosts who won't enter a home unless they've been offered something first, and that milk is the safest gift. You begin to notice things. A cracked cup. A mirror that won't show the candlelight correctly. A draft from a window that doesn't open. Your niece starts to hum in her sleep. A song you've never taught her. You start watching the milk again. How it settles. Whether it separates. Whether it shivers when the door opens. You count how many steps it takes for the cream to rise. Because sometimes, milk is more than milk. It's a map. A forecast. A warning dressed as nourishment. You remember when your neighbor lost her son. She blamed the well. But a month before, she spilled the churn. Said it slipped from her hands when no one was near. She said it felt like something had pulled it. No one laughed. You think about that as you stir your porridge. As you clean the spoon more thoroughly than usual. As you begin keeping milk in smaller vessels. Harder to spill. And yet, one morning, you find a ring of white around the lip of the bucket. Not spilled. Placed. Deliberate. You check the kitchen. No one else is awake. You wipe it slowly. And feel the chill rise up your arms. That evening, your niece says the cow won't meet her eyes anymore. You ask what she means. She says, it looks like Uncle did. You don't ask which uncle. You don't want to know. You light a candle and place it beside the door. You stir the milk before sleeping. You leave the bucket covered. And you tell the girl not to carry it alone. Not again. Because if the cow is watching, and the milk is listening, you need to know what, or who, it remembers next. It started with the way she looked at you. Not the cow. Not at first. The girl. Your niece. Standing in the doorway with her fingers pressed tight around the bucket, the milk inside sloshing with her breath. It won't look away, she said. You thought she was being childish. Tired. Maybe dreaming with her eyes open. The days had been long, and winter hadn't broken yet. You took the pail from her hands and placed it on the counter, nodding without speaking. But she didn't move. Didn't step back. Just stared. And then she said it, slow, like the words weren't hers, like she was remembering something she'd never lived. It has his eyes. You asked her who. She didn't answer. Didn't need to. You knew. The uncle who passed 2 weeks ago. The one found slumped beside his goats, lips parted as if in prayer or warning, eyes still open, still waiting for someone to understand something they never would. That man had a particular stare. Heavy-lidded. Deep-set. The kind of gaze that made you forget what you were doing mid-sentence. He never blinked when he talked. And now the cow, the one you'd raised since calfhood, the one with the gentle temperament and the quiet way of chewing, wouldn't blink either. You didn't go out to check that night. You told yourself it was nonsense. That cows are strange, that grief is stranger, that children often say things that don't make sense. But in the morning, when you stepped into the barn, you paused. Because the cow was already facing you. Standing still. Perfectly still. No shifting, no flick of the ear, no clink of the chain. Just watching. As if it had been waiting. The eyes weren't glowing. Nothing dramatic. Just familiar. Uncomfortably familiar. You carried the pail without comment. Milked her slowly, carefully, not taking your eyes off the floor. But as your hands worked the udder, your body remembered something your mind didn't want to. The same way your uncle would sigh before starting a sentence. The same twitch near the left eye when he was about to lie. The cow blinked once. Slowly. The way he used to when he was pretending not to be listening. You dropped the bucket. It clattered. The milk spilled. Again. And the cow didn't flinch. You backed away. Didn't run. Didn't scream. But your breath grew short and your steps grew fast, and when you closed the barn door behind you, your hands didn't stop shaking until after midday. You didn't tell the girl. Didn't want to feed the idea. But she knew. She avoided the barn. Wouldn't go near the hay. Started sleeping with her coat on and her shoes beside the bed. You asked why. She said, so if it comes in, I'm already ready to leave. You didn't ask what it was. Because deep down, you agreed. That night, you sat with a candle and wrote your uncle's name on a piece of parchment. Just once. Then burned it. Let the ash scatter in the basin. They say names are like threads. Once someone's gone, they should stay untied. When the dead are spoken too often, or remembered too vividly, or cried for too loud, sometimes they follow the sound. And sometimes they find a way back in. Through a crack in the door. Through a dream. Through something warm and living and unguarded. The next day, you fed the cow without looking at her. You walked to the stall sideways, like a visitor to a shrine. You left the pail early and walked away without touching her hide. But when you turned to leave, she exhaled. And it wasn't a moo. It wasn't a grunt. It was a sigh. The kind you knew. The kind that held judgment. You felt it in your teeth. That night, the milk turned sour before morning. The bread didn't rise. The door creaked twice though no one touched it. And when you stepped outside to fetch water, the barn door was open. You hadn't left it that way. The cow was still inside. Still staring. The girl said she heard hooves in the kitchen after midnight. You didn't ask. You boarded the door the next evening. Not the barn. The house. From the inside. They say when the dead come back, they don't always come as themselves. They borrow. They wear. They remember. And they resent. Especially when they weren't sent off properly. You never said goodbye to your uncle. Didn't attend the burial. Didn't kneel by the cloth-covered shape. Didn't whisper a single word. And now something else is whispering instead. One morning, you find a hoofprint in the ashes near the hearth. Too clean. Too sharp. Not tracked in, placed. You clean it without speaking. You burn herbs. You wring salt around the threshold. And the cow. She stops giving milk. But she doesn't stop watching. And one day, without meaning to, you speak aloud, I know it's you. The barn groans. Not the wind. Not the boards. The barn. You pack your niece a bag. Send her to her aunt's for the week. Tell her it's for her safety. She doesn't argue. Doesn't ask. Just hugs you without holding on too long. Because she knows, too. That night, you walk into the barn with a candle and the same prayer your grandmother taught you. You leave the door open. You place the knife under your tongue. You don't blink. And neither does she. The candle flickers. The shadows lean. The eyes watching you hold the silence steady. And you say it, softly, slowly, you were not welcomed back. The cow does not speak. But something passes between you. Not understanding. Just acceptance. And when the candle dies, you stay. Until the first rooster calls. The next morning, she's gone. The stall is empty. No footprints. No broken boards. No blood. Only silence. And a single sigh pressed into the hay. You didn't mean to sleep with it there. The bread. You wrapped it in a linen cloth after supper, set it beside the hearth to cool, and meant to place it in the cupboard. But the night was long, the fire was low, and the wind was whispering in the chimney again. You were tired. Too tired to finish folding the laundry, too tired to even blow out the candle. You tucked yourself into bed with your clothes still on, your hair still damp from the basin, and the linen-wrapped bread still resting in the crook of your arm. You didn't even notice it when you turned onto your side. Just a warm weight beneath the pillow. Just a forgotten task. Just a piece of bread. But you dreamed differently that night. The dream began in your grandmother's kitchen. The floor slanted more than it should have. The light was strange, not golden, not gray, but tinged the color of stones soaked in fog. She stood at the stove, stirring something that didn't smell like food. You called her name, but she didn't answer. Just turned her head toward you, slowly, and said, "Don't bite what you begged for." You tried to move, but your feet were heavy. You looked down and saw crumbs around your toes, soft, white, damp with something darker. The dream shifted then, as they always do, the floor folding in on itself like a page turning. You were in the field. The one behind the barn. The one no one walks anymore. You didn't know how you got there. But in your hands, you were holding a loaf. Not the one from earlier. Not the one you baked. This one was cold. Dense. Warmed not by heat, but by something that had once been alive. You took a step. The loaf pulsed. That's when you woke. The pillow was damp beneath your cheek. The bread was gone. You checked the floor. The table. The counter. Nothing. You told yourself you must have moved it without remembering. That it must have fallen behind the bed, or been eaten by the dog, or dropped into the wash basket when you turned. But the air felt different. Thicker. Like something had entered and not quite left. You made a new loaf that morning. But it didn't rise. You fed the starter. Waited. Watched. Still flat. You cracked an egg. The yolk bled gray. You checked the larder. 2 jars had spoiled. You knew what it meant. You didn't want to admit it. But you'd heard the stories. Bread carries intention. It remembers your hands. It listens to the quiet between your thoughts. And if you sleep with it, especially if it's fresh, especially if it's warm, it catches things. Wishes. Regrets. Names whispered too near the veil. You remembered a girl, years ago, who did it on purpose. Slept with bread beneath her pillow because she wanted to dream of her future husband. Said the baker's wife told her it worked, that the one meant for you would appear in the dream, offer you something sweet, something small, something made by hand. The girl dreamed of fire. Of a mouth with too many teeth. Of a hand that offered her ash wrapped in silk. She never married. She never spoke above a whisper again. You hadn't meant to wish for anything. But maybe you did. Maybe you hoped, just a little, to be seen. To be heard. To be known by something that lived deeper than the ground. And now, the dream wouldn't leave you. The image of your grandmother. The words she said. You found the linen cloth folded neatly on your doorstep the next morning. The bread was not inside. You burned the cloth in the stove. The smoke turned a color you'd never seen before. That night, you salted your pillow. Left a crust of old rye near the windowsill, just in case something needed feeding. You slept facing the door. And still, the dream came. Only this time, you weren't holding the bread. You were kneeling beside it. It sat on a plate carved from bone. You reached out, slowly, and before you touched it, someone behind you whispered, "Wait." The voice was yours. You woke with dirt beneath your nails. Again. The dog wouldn't come near your bed. You told no one. But you avoided the oven for days. Because you knew what the old ones said, that bread is alive. That it's made from breath, and warmth, and waiting. And anything that waits long enough begins to hunger. If you sleep with bread beneath your pillow, the boundary thins. Dreams sharpen. And sometimes, something follows you out of the dark. Something that was never supposed to know your name. You weren't supposed to see the burial. You were meant to stay inside, behind drawn curtains, with the doors latched and the hearth burning low. That's what the midwife told you, that children shouldn't look at graves, especially when the one being lowered into the earth didn't die soft. Especially when she wasn't meant to be buried at all. But you were 12, and curious, and fast on your feet. You hid behind the yew hedge. Watched through the leaves as 4 men carried her body down the hill. No bells rang. No prayers were said. The priest walked behind them but did not speak. His lips moved, but not in Latin. And not in a way you'd ever heard in church. They didn't dress her in white. They didn't place her hands across her chest. They tied them behind her back. Her face was wrapped in cloth, not to preserve her dignity, but to keep her mouth shut. And when they laid her in the earth, they didn't position her toward the sky. They turned her over. Face down. Nose to dirt. Cheek to root. The shovel moved slowly. No one rushed. No one cried. You watched as the earth covered her shoulders, her neck, the back of her skull, until even the fabric disappeared beneath the weight. You didn't ask questions afterward. You didn't need to. Because everyone in the village already knew. She had been one of them. Not a witch. No one said that word. Not even once. But they called her knower. Whisperer. Old one. She cured without touch. Found lost things by holding the laces of a boot. Said she could smell lies in milk. And then, someone's child died. And someone else blamed her. That was all it took. She had lived on the edge of the forest in a house of stone with a thatched roof that never grew moss. Her garden bloomed even in frost. Her door never locked. And though she rarely spoke, people still came, for fevers, for splinters, for answers. But once the boy died, no one came again. Except to take her. You remember the night they dragged her out. The wind was still. The moon was wrong, too low, too yellow. Your mother pulled you away from the window, but you caught a glimpse through the pane. Her mouth moved. Her feet were bare. And she didn't scream. That was what haunted you the most. She didn't scream. The next day, they said she'd passed in her sleep. But no one believed that. And now, she was in the ground. Face down. Because that's what they did when they were afraid someone might come back. You asked your grandmother once, years later, why they did it that way. She stirred her tea for too long. Then said, because the body doesn't know it's dead at first. You asked what she meant. She said, if you bury them face up, they listen. They hear footsteps. They learn the path back. You didn't ask anything else. But the image stayed with you. Even now, when you walk past that part of the field, your steps slow. The grave is unmarked. No flowers. No stone. But the grass grows thinner there. The ground dips slightly, like it exhales beneath your boots. Some nights, you dream of her garden. The neat rows of sage and rue and marjoram. The way she used to pick them at twilight. And how the herbs never rotted in her hands. They say burying face down breaks the bond between the spirit and the world. That it confuses the dead. That when they try to rise, they only dig deeper. But you wonder, if confusion is the same as peace. If preventing return is the same as letting go. Because sometimes, when you wake from those dreams, the air smells like time. And once, just once, you found a sprig of lavender on your windowsill. No vase. No note. No reason. Just resting there. Facing in. You never saw her cry. Not once. Not when the mill shut down. Not when the cart collapsed and took her husband's legs with it. Not even when she stood beside his body, the one they pulled from the stream 3 days after the thaw, eyes open, lips blue, fingers curled like he was still holding something he meant to give her. She didn't scream. Didn't faint. She just knelt beside him, placed her palm over his chest, and whispered something into his ribs that no one else could hear. After that, she stopped speaking to people altogether. She still nodded in the street. Still sold bundles of thyme and sage and dried lemon balm from her window. But she spoke only to the herbs. No one knew when it started. No one dared to ask. But the whole village noticed. They noticed the way she handled each stem as if it had a memory. The way she hummed, softly, when she planted. The way her lips moved when she passed her fingers over each leaf, murmuring things like you'd speak to a frightened child or a wounded bird. Some said she was mad with grief. Others said she'd always been strange, and it just took loss to bring it out of her fully. But you weren't so sure. You watched her once. From behind the cart. You were 10. Too young to be noticed. She didn't know you were there. She was alone in her garden, bent over a patch of mint that had grown too wild. She touched each stalk gently, pressing it between her fingers, then whispering something you couldn't hear. Not with your ears. But you felt it. Low in your ribs. Like a lullaby made of soil and smoke. And when she finished, she kissed her fingertips and touched the base of the plant, as if sealing something in. You thought about that for weeks. The widow lived on the northern edge of the village, not far from where the hills rise and the fog collects. Her house was clean, but crooked, with a front step that always smelled faintly of rosemary and iron. Her shutters never rattled. Her fire never smoked. Her floorboards never creaked unless she allowed them to. People came to her. Quietly. Never in groups. Always in the evening. Never through the front door. They left with bundles of lavender, bundles of rue, little pouches stitched closed with red thread. No one talked about it. But they stopped getting sick as often. The babies stopped dying in their sleep. And no one in the village broke a bone for 3 winters straight. Still, when people spoke of her, they didn't use her name. They called her the widow. Or, the one with the garden. And sometimes, the whisperer. No one said it unkindly. But no one said it warmly, either. You visited her only once. You'd burned your hand on the stove. The healer was away. Your mother was desperate. She sent you with a jar of goose fat and the good honey. Told you to knock once, place it on the step, and wait. You did. The door opened without a sound. She looked at your hand before she looked at your face. She didn't ask your name. Didn't ask what happened. She just took the honey, nodded once, and beckoned you inside. The house smelled like lemon peel and salt. She sat you at the table. Crushed dried petals into a bowl. Mixed them with oil you didn't recognize. She whispered the entire time. To the plants. To the paste. To your skin. The pain dulled before the paste touched you. You watched her mouth move. Not casting. Not chanting. Just, speaking. As if the leaves had questions. And she was answering them. When she was done, she wrapped your hand in linen and sent you home. Your mother asked no questions. She simply kissed your bandage and said, "It's good she's still here." A week later, the bruise was gone. But the scent of her kitchen lingered on your palm. Years passed. And she didn't age the way others did. Her hair grayed, yes. Her spine curved a little more. But her skin stayed smooth. Her eyes stayed clear. Her step stayed sure, even in snow. People whispered louder. Some said she made tea from leaves that grew only near the old stones. Some said she buried her husband in her garden, so the roots would remember him. Some said she never stopped talking to him. That her herbs carried his voice now. That's why they grew faster. One autumn, a magistrate came through town. A new one. Young. Eager. He asked questions no one wanted to answer. Asked why her herbs were always green when others failed. Why no weeds grew in her rows. Why her soil never needed tilling. He asked who she spoke to at night. When no one else was around. He never accused. He didn't need to. Just wrote her name in a ledger. Asked if she might come to the capital for questioning. She never did. 2 nights later, his horse bolted in the woods. He was found with a twisted ankle and a mouth full of moss. He never returned. And no one asked again. The widow passed 2 winters ago. No illness. No fever. She simply went to bed and didn't rise. They buried her quietly. In her garden. Per her wishes. The herbs have not grown there since. They don't die. But they don't bloom. They stand still. Like they're waiting. Like they're listening. Sometimes, when you pass by the edge of the hill, you hear something. A murmur. A hum. Soft as breath. And your skin remembers her hands. And your throat remembers the taste of her kitchen. And your ears remember a language you never learned, but somehow still understand. It's the left shoe. Always the left. You remember that clearly, though the morning itself is blurry. Rain on the roof, gray light through the window, the smell of damp wool. You were late feeding the hens. Your boots sat by the door, tipped just slightly inward like they'd been listening to each other in the dark. You reached for them half awake, tugging the right one on with a grunt. But the left resisted. Heavy. Cold. And then, soft. Not the leather. Not the lining. But something inside. Something warm and slick and breathing. You pulled your hand back. But not fast enough. It moved. A slow, wet shift. And then the sound, rubbery flesh against dry cloth. You fell backward onto the floor. The boot tipped over, and the toad spilled out onto the boards. Brown. Mottled. Large enough that you wondered how you didn't notice it earlier. It didn't jump. Didn't croak. Just sat there. Breathing. Watching you. You didn't scream. You didn't move. Because you remembered. You remembered what they said. A toad in the shoe means you're cursed. You don't remember who said it first. Maybe your grandmother. Maybe the shepherd's boy who never walked straight after his 16th birthday. Maybe the woman in the market who sold onions that always tasted like ash. But the saying stuck. If you find a toad where your foot should be, something has chosen you. Not out of affection. Not out of malice. Out of need. Because curses are like seeds. They look for soil. And your life, quiet, unguarded, unspoken, was fertile. You stared at the toad. It blinked, once. Then again. Slowly, like it had time. You stood. Backed away. It didn't follow. But it didn't leave. You left the boot there. You took the right one, barefooted your way to the barn, fed the hens without looking them in the eye. When you returned, the boot was empty. The toad was gone. You checked the corners. The pantry. The underside of the stove. Nothing. You didn't speak of it. Not that day. Not for several days. But something changed. Not in the house. In you. You became slower to rise in the morning. Quicker to forget why you entered a room. You lost your appetite for salt. You began to smell things that weren't there, apple blossom in midwinter, wood smoke in the cellar, bread that had never been baked. Your hands ached. Your left side more than your right. You stepped differently, favoring that foot, as if the toad had pressed something into it. As if your bones were learning a new rhythm. And your dreams became thick. Heavy. Syrupy. Like moving through honey that didn't want you to wake up. Sometimes you saw the toad again. Sometimes you saw your shoe filled with blood. Once, you dreamed of your mother's voice, but it came from inside a barrel. Echoed and wrong. You began placing salt on the threshold again. A circle of ash around the hearth. You didn't believe it would help. But you needed to act like something could. That's how you fight a curse, not with faith, but with motion. They say the toad is a messenger. That it doesn't curse you itself, it delivers something. Something from a neighbor. A rival. A stranger who saw your face and wanted it to change. Sometimes, not even a person. Sometimes a place. You remembered the tree near the old graveyard. How you leaned against it once during a storm. How you whispered into its bark. How no one ever went near it again. Maybe it remembered, too. You begin to look for signs. Small ones. You watch the milk. The bread. The mirrors. You count how many times your name is spoken aloud in a day. You don't step into your left boot without checking it first, twice, sometimes 3 times. And one day, you find something again. Not a toad this time. A claw. Dried. Too small for a cat. Too long for a bird. Resting at the bottom of the shoe like a forgotten tooth. You burn it. Salt the ashes. Throw them into the stream. The water darkens for a moment. Then clears. You don't sleep that night. But the dreams come anyway. In them, you are barefoot. Running. But the road is lined with toads. Each one opens its mouth. But they don't croak. They chant. Not in a language you know. But your body understands it. Wakes with your teeth aching. You go to the priest the next morning. You don't say why. You just ask for a blessing. He looks at you too long before he agrees. Tells you to soak your feet in vinegar. Tells you to put a candle in each shoe overnight. Tells you not to look at your reflection in moving water for 7 days. You do all of it. And still, on the 8th night, you hear it. Not outside. Not under the bed. From inside the left boot. A single breath. Like something exhaling after waiting a very long time. You don't put the boots on after that. You leave them by the door. Let them collect dust. You walk barefoot for weeks. Even in the cold. Even in the rain. And your foot begins to change. The skin hardens. Cracks. The veins near your ankle turn a color you don't name. But the dreams stop. You tell yourself it's over. You bury the boots in the garden. 3 feet down. Wrapped in a bag soaked in wine. The soil swallows them greedily. You plant rosemary above it. You don't return to that part of the yard again. But you notice something. The plants grow sideways there. Away from the roots. As if they're trying not to touch what's buried. And when it rains, the ground smells not like earth, but like skin. You never found the toad again. Not in the shoe. Not in the yard. But sometimes, when you walk too close to the shed, you hear a soft thump. Like something hopping once. And stopping. It began with one. Small. Harmless. Nestled on the side of your finger like a pale seed, barely more than a bump. You picked at it with your nail. Thought little of it. A scrape from the woodshed. A nettle sting. Nothing more. But then another appeared. This one, firmer. Darker. Then a third, on the opposite hand. Then one near your thumb joint. Another along your wrist. They didn't itch. Didn't hurt. But they multiplied. And worse, they clustered. As if something in your body was mapping territory. You wore gloves at first. Said it was the cold. Said your skin cracked easy in the wind. But when summer came, you still wore them. Even to sleep. Even to bathe. You scrubbed. You soaked. You whispered apologies to your skin like it was a stranger you'd once wronged. But the warts stayed. And then they spread. Not just on the hands. Your left heel. Behind your ear. The base of your neck. The one near your collarbone had 5 points. Like a star. Like a hoofprint. Like a question no one wanted to ask aloud. Because back then, in the 1600s, everyone knew what warts meant. They weren't blemishes. They weren't coincidence. They were signs. Proof. A beast's signature, scribbled in flesh. The older women in town stopped letting you touch the bread. The butcher wouldn't take your coins directly. Children watched your shadow with too much silence. And your name changed, quietly. Not out loud. Not yet. But behind you. Soft-spoken. The mark-bearer. The spotted one. The one the devil knows. You tried to burn them. Used the hot end of a poker. Pressed it into the worst one, teeth clenched, alone in the shed. The pain was clean. The smell, foul. It blistered. But the wart returned. Angrier. Like it resented being noticed. You went to the midwife. She looked at your hands. Said nothing. Lit a candle. Burned hair from a black dog. Drew salt in a circle on the table. Told you to cut a potato in half. Rub one side over the warts. Bury the other at a crossroads. If it sprouts, she said, you're safe. You did as she asked. But when you dug it up a week later, it hadn't sprouted. It had split. Hollowed. Rotted from the inside. You burned it without touching it again. Some nights, you swore the warts pulsed. Softly. Like they breathed. Like they were listening. You caught yourself whispering to them. Apologizing. Negotiating. I didn't ask for this. I don't want to be chosen. I'm not yours. They didn't answer. But your dreams did. You stood in a clearing. Naked feet. Soft soil. The trees leaned inward. In your palm, a single wart, the size of a heart. It opened like a mouth. And from inside, laughter. Not cruel. Not kind. just ancient. And terribly amused. You woke sweating. And found a new wart, this time near your eye. They were mapping you. Rewriting you. Turning your skin into a page for someone else's story. You tried other cures. Rubbed them with garlic. Drowned them in wine. Drew your own blood and painted them with it under moonlight. They only darkened. And your reflection? It stopped matching your memory. Your eyes seemed deeper. Your cheeks thinner. You looked older. Even when you didn't feel it. Like something beneath the skin was drawing itself forward. They say warts are where witches feed. Where familiars suckle. Where dark spirits drink from their vessels. You didn't believe it, until your cat disappeared. Until the milk soured the second it touched your lips. Until the mirror cracked without impact. You begged the priest. He brought water. Salt. Scripture. But when he looked at your hands, he wouldn't touch them. Just poured oil across your wrists and said, say nothing. To no one. For 7 days. You did. But on the 5th day, your neighbor's cow miscarried. On the 6th, your chimney collapsed inward. On the 7th, the wart near your navel bled. Without rupture. Without reason. The wound closed on its own. But the mark remained. And it was shaped like a hoof. You stopped attending market. You stopped baking. You stopped entering rooms without whispering to the threshold first. And even then, the mark spread. You counted 30 by midsummer. And then you stopped counting. You understood. This was not illness. It was invitation. Not asked. Not sent. Just, received. Like a letter sealed in wax you never broke, but was still meant for you. You don't know who sent it. An old grudge. A jealous breath. A forest that never forgave you for walking too softly in it. But you feel it, always now, just beneath the skin. Watching. Waiting. Marking. And each wart. A door. Small. But opening. To what, you're not ready to know. Only that it breathes when you sleep. And once, just once, you woke to find a fly sitting on your chest. It didn't move when you swatted. Just stared. And buzzed like it was laughing in code. You never knew his real name. No one did. In your village, where names were passed down like bread recipes and gossip stuck harder than rain to stone, he was only called the Wax Man. He lived 2 doors down from the chapel, not in it, not far from it, just close enough that the shadows of the bell tower kissed his crooked windows every sunset. His house was tired, 1 broken window, curtains that never moved unless the wind insisted, and a door that made no sound when it closed. He was always at evening prayer. Always in the same pew, the last one, right under the cracked beam where pigeons sometimes watched like spirits waiting for a soul to misstep. He didn't kneel. He didn't sing. He didn't look at anyone. He just sat there, still and pale, his hands folded over each other like 2 candles melted together in the shape of regret. His eyes, dull yellow, soft like candle ends, seemed to flicker when the priest raised the host. As though the flame still lived in him, barely. People whispered that he'd taken a vow, not of silence, not of poverty, but something stranger, something older. A vow of purity. He didn't eat meat. Didn't drink ale. Never touched the market bread. Never looked directly at women. If someone spoke to him, he replied softly, like his words had passed through cloth and beeswax before reaching his lips. He lived alone. Kept no animals. Lit no fire in the winter. Yet somehow, he was always warm. Warm like wax held just above melting. And every Sunday, after the last prayer had faded into wood and breath, he would return to the altar. Not to pray. Not to weep. But to collect the stubs of white candles, the ones that had burned for the sacred, the ones that had cried hot wax down brass holders while people whispered their sins into the pews. He took them gently, reverently, as if each one contained a memory, a promise, a ward. He never took more than he needed, but no one knew what he needed them for, until someone saw. One night, a boy too young to know fear crept near his window, breath held, watching. And what he saw was this: the wax man sitting alone at his table, a bowl of hot water before him, a white stub held above it like a relic. He waited as it melted slowly into the bowl, then stirred it with a spoon carved from something dark. And then, he drank. Without hesitation. Without pleasure. Like someone fulfilling a ritual that had been written into his blood. No salt. No honey. No prayer. Just wax. It coated his lips, left a sheen across his chin, and when he swallowed, the boy said, it sounded like silence hardening. The village said he did it to preserve himself, to seal sin out, to make his insides clean, holy, untouched. He once told the midwife's sister, when she was brave enough to ask, that the body is a wick and the soul is the flame, but even the cleanest flame can be corrupted by dirty wax. So I purify myself, he whispered. From the inside out. You asked your mother if that made sense. She told you not to speak his name in the house. Said some men are broken in a way that leaks quiet. That he was harmless, but not empty. That some people hold things we'll never understand. Others said he had once been the butcher's son. That he saw something in the cellar, a thing with no feet, no eyes, only a mouth and the smell of scorched wax, and that he hadn't spoken a full sentence since. One tale said he bit into a candle on All Hallows' Eve, hoping to kill whatever had entered him. Another said he hadn't bitten the candle at all, that it had bitten him. What was certain was that the animals avoided him. Cats hissed. Dogs whined. Birds never landed on his roof. And his garden? Not even weeds dared to grow. Just cracked earth and a strange smell, like rainwater left too long in a tin basin. You passed him once on the lane and saw a thin curl of white stuck to his bottom lip. You wanted to say something, but his eyes met yours, and something in your chest tightened. Like your heart had been dipped in wax and couldn't beat freely. You looked away. He died in early spring. They found him sitting at his table, hands folded, as if he were waiting to be dismissed from the world. A half-melted candle sat beside him, its flame long gone, its wax still warm. The coroner wouldn't speak of it. But the priest did. Said there was something inside his throat, not food, not cloth, not even wax. A single rose petal. White. Pressed. Preserved. As if it had never been touched by air. He was buried in the outer field, where the frost stays longest. No stone, no cross, just turned earth. But a week later, something pale sprouted from the soil. Not flowers. Not grass. Thin white stems that glowed faintly at dusk and bent away from the wind like they were listening for something under the dirt. The altar candles haven't burned the same since. Some sputter. Some cry wax onto the floor in odd shapes, curves like script, like symbols only the wax man would understand. And sometimes, if you pass the chapel late enough, the smell returns. Not incense. Not rot. Wax. Sweet and thick. Like someone is still trying to seal themselves. Or something else. From the inside. They told you not to look up. Not now. Not like this. Not with new life growing inside you and the world so full of listening spirits. Not when the wind had shifted and the crickets had gone silent. It wasn't the clouds they warned of. It wasn't the cold. It was the moon. Hanging there, huge, bone-white, watching. They said it sees things. Sees too much. Sees into the body. Into the womb. Into the secrets that even the child doesn't know it carries yet. And if it doesn't like what it sees, it takes. Your grandmother whispered it to your mother when her belly first rounded. And your mother, in turn, said it to you, low, urgent, like a warning sewn into the hem of a dress. When the moon is full, keep the shutters drawn. Don't glance at it. Not even a peek. Even a glimpse can be enough to call it down. And it doesn't knock. You were 7 when you first heard it. But you remembered. You remembered the tone. The stiffness of her hand on your cheek when she said it. And now, with your belly swollen, your back aching, and the child inside twisting like a dream trying to wake, you remembered more than ever. The moonlight had crept through the thatched slits of the roof like it always did. Soft, slow, silver as old milk. And you told yourself, again and again, that you wouldn't look. You would keep your eyes low, your breath even. You would count the wooden slats on the wall until morning. But you did look. Just once. Just a flick of your eyes, nothing more. It was beautiful, of course. Not gentle, as they say in poems, but sharp, too white, too big, too knowing. And in that second, you felt it. A tightening inside. Not pain, not quite. But presence. The baby stopped moving. Only for a minute. Maybe less. But long enough for a ripple of cold to pass through you. Long enough for your breath to catch in your throat like it had been snared by a thread of silver light. Long enough to know something had changed. The midwife said it was nonsense. Said babies rest. Said fear makes the mind go soft. But her eyes darted when you mentioned the moon. Her hands, rough from herbs and linen, paused too long on your stomach. Keep warm, she said, almost too quickly. Boil the rosemary tonight. And then she left, without looking back. The next evening, you closed the shutters early. Draped cloth over the cracks. Rubbed wax along the sill the way your aunt taught you, mumbling something about sealing in the soul's heat. Your husband laughed. Said the baby would be born with a tail if you kept up with these stories. You didn't laugh. You just asked him, begged him, not to look at the moon either. He rolled his eyes. But that night, he didn't come to bed. And when you woke, he was sitting outside. Staring straight up. The moon was red. Swollen like an eye rubbed too long. When you called to him, he didn't turn. Didn't blink. Didn't move. He came back to bed at dawn. Didn't speak for 3 days. The baby moved again. But something felt different. You couldn't say how. It was still inside you, but now it felt like something watching you from beneath your own skin. Like it wasn't asleep when you were. Like it waited for the light to leave the room before stretching. You started to dream of rivers running backward. Of cradles gently rocking in empty rooms. Of footprints on the ceiling. Always barefoot. Always small. And then came the night of the eclipse. People said it wasn't the moon that was dangerous, but the moon when it vanishes. Because that's when it isn't looking. That's when something else can look through. You tried not to sleep, but the weight of everything, the baby, the silence, the moonless dark, dragged your eyelids down. And in that sleep, you dreamed of a woman with no mouth, holding a mirror shaped like a crescent. She didn't speak. But she pressed the mirror to your belly and smiled. You woke to blood. Not much. Just enough to remember what they said: if you look at the moon while you're carrying life, it might not take the child, it might take part of you instead. That week, you heard 3 other women had miscarried. One lost twins. One said she hadn't even known she was pregnant. And one swore her child was born perfect, until its first night. It slept, peacefully, in a basket by the hearth. But by morning, its eyes had turned cloudy. And it wouldn't drink milk again. You asked the priest for a blessing. He offered one. But when he placed the holy water on your brow, it steamed. Just for a second. You felt it. So did he. He didn't speak. Just wiped his hand on his sleeve and told you to pray harder. You told him you had. That the baby moved more at night now than ever. That you woke with fingernail scratches on your ribs. That sometimes the cradle rocks even when the wind is still. He told you not to talk like that. So you stopped talking. You sewed by the window. Sang songs with no words. Drew circles in salt around the bed. And most of all, you didn't look up. Not anymore. Not even by accident. Because now, you felt it. The presence of the moon wasn't up there. It was in here. In the tightness of your skin. In the cool weight in your lower back. In the fact that your reflection sometimes looked pregnant when you weren't standing in front of it. And on the night before the birth, the sky was clear. Your husband asked if you wanted him to watch the stars with you. You said no. You shut every curtain, then double-stitched them shut. You spoke to the child, not in fear, but in warning. You are not the moons. You are not the mirrors. You are mine. And I will not let the sky name you. When the baby came, it was quiet. Too quiet. The midwife touched it once, then looked at you as if waiting for a signal. You took the child. Held it. Counted fingers. Counted toes. All 10. But there was a mark on the sole of one foot. Pale. Crescent-shaped. Like a thumbprint made of bone. You kissed it anyway. You didn't say a word. That child grew. Strange in some ways. Startled easily. Slept best when the moon was hidden. And when angry, their breath sometimes fogged the glass in odd shapes. But they were kind. And you loved them more fiercely than breath. And still, you never let them look up without asking. Because some stories aren't stories. They're locks. And the moon still turns, still watches. And you never know when it will ask for something back. You weren't there when it happened, but you've heard the story enough times that it lives in you like a dream misremembered. It begins with the milk. Not the cow, not the churn, not the pale fingers scraping the last skin from the surface, but the milk itself. Sitting in the earthenware jug near the edge of the table, just beyond reach of the window light, quietly deciding whether to bless or betray the hands that gathered it. They said it had been fresh that morning. Warm, thick, sweet-smelling, the kind that left a line on the rim of the cup. But by afternoon, it had turned. Not just sour, curdled. Thick as paste. Smelling wrong, like something died just behind your tongue. And no one could explain why. No thunder in the sky. No heat. No flies in the pail. No strange herb accidentally stirred in. Just bad milk. Rotten, all of a sudden. And when the milk turns without cause, people look for a reason. Or a face. They say it was the girl who looked at it. Quiet, freckled, left-handed. Not bad, not cruel, just odd in a way that never quite settles. She had just come in from the stream, hair damp, hands pink from the cold. She leaned over the jug, only slightly, to ask if the milk could be warmed for bread. And that was enough. Something about her eyes, they whispered later, something about the way she blinked, slow, like the lids were resisting her thoughts. They said the milk didn't like to be looked at like that. Her mother blamed the cow at first. But the cow was fine. Grazing. Chewing. Tame. Then she blamed the bucket. But the bucket was rinsed twice and left upside down like always. Finally, she turned to the girl, and it was something in her voice, not angry, not yet, but bewildered, almost sad, that made the others start to nod. Because the milk hadn't spoiled on its own. And in times like these, nothing ever spoils on its own. They didn't shout. No one dragged her by the arm or called her names. They just stopped speaking to her when the butter didn't churn properly the next week. And when the cat refused to drink from her hand, they started placing the milk higher up on the shelf. Out of her gaze. Just in case. The girl, whose name you might have once known, began to look down more. Walk slower. Stir the porridge without lifting her eyes. And even then, people muttered that it was suspicious, the way she avoided the milk, like she was hiding from something she knew she'd done. She wasn't the first, of course. Years before, there'd been the widow who touched the cream and 3 hens dropped dead the next day. And before that, the boy with the wandering eye whose touch made the curd slip from the cloth too soon. Milk, they said, was temperamental. Sensitive. A living thing. It responded to moods, to glances, to intentions that even the looker wasn't aware of. If your heart was bitter, your milk would be too. If your soul wavered, your cream would curdle. Some said that's why women were blamed so often. Because they carried too much inside. And milk, being born of bodies, recognized its own kind. It knew when it was being seen. And when it didn't like what it saw, it curdled itself. A quiet protest. A subtle scream. The girl was told to keep away from the dairy room. Just for a week. Then another. Then she was sent to stay with an aunt no one had spoken to in 5 winters. The kind who lived near the edge of the forest and boiled roots that didn't have names. Her house smelled of soot and thyme and something fainter, something like old sugar left too long in a damp jar. The girl learned to keep her eyes low. To hum instead of speak. To wait for milk to cool before pouring. Her aunt never said the word witch, but sometimes she'd look at the girl with a gaze that seemed both warning and welcome. You can't help what's in your look, she said once, stirring goat's milk with a spoon carved from a blackened branch. But you can choose what you see. And the girl, in that dim kitchen, staring into the milk's slow whirl, thought maybe that was true. When she returned to the village the next spring, the butter came out clean. The cows calved easily. The cream thickened right on time. But the people still watched her the way you'd watch a blade set too close to your thumb. She never asked to help with the milk again. Never lifted the lid of the pail or wiped the lip of the jug. But sometimes, just before sunset, she'd walk to the back fence, turn her face toward the cows in the pasture, and close her eyes. Years later, when she had children of her own, she told them stories about milk that sings, about cream that can weep, about how some things don't spoil, they remember. She kept her dairy room small. No windows. And she always looked away while pouring. Not from fear, but from reverence. Because even now, after all this time, she believes what the milk once told her. Not in words. Not in sound. But in that first sour scent. That message in the curdled stillness. That reminder that not everything ruined is ruined by accident. And not every eye should be met. It was just an apple. Or at least it looked like one. Pale red with tiny flecks of gold, its skin flushed like the cheek of a shy child. It sat in a basket by the window in the village baker's house, alongside pears with soft bellies and bruised plums that smelled like secrets. No one paid it much attention. Not until the baker's youngest daughter bit into it one October evening and her lips came away stained. She thought it was just juice. Apples do that sometimes. Their red seeps out like wine when they're ripe enough, when their skin breaks beneath your teeth and their sweetness spills forward. But this wasn't juice. It was too dark. Too thick. And it tasted nothing like apple. It was copper and salt and something old. Something that remembered. She spat it out and wiped her mouth with the edge of her sleeve, but the stain didn't go. It stayed there, crimson and quiet, as if the apple had marked her. Claimed her. Her mother thought she was lying. Apples don't bleed. Not unless you cut your mouth. Not unless something's already broken. But when the father took the bitten apple and sliced it down the middle, it oozed. Not like fruit. Not like cider. The liquid that emerged was darker than wine, heavier than sap. And it smelled like earth after something has been buried. They burned the rest of the apples that night. All of them. Just in case. The orchard, too. The one that had grown behind the bakery for 3 generations, planted by a great-grandfather who had once survived 3 winters on nothing but boiled bark and rainwater. Flames climbed the trees slowly, like they were reluctant to go. As though the roots were whispering up to the branches, begging them to stay. But fire doesn't listen. It only feeds. The next morning, nothing was left but a black ring of ash and a faint scent like scorched sugar. Still, the girl's mouth stayed red. And her sleep was restless. Her mother said it was her imagination. That maybe it was just a bad apple. But apples don't bleed. And they don't grow warm in your hand like a bird that's still alive. A traveling friar stopped by the next week and heard the tale. He said in a voice too calm that there were stories, old ones, about fruits born under the wrong star. Apples that absorbed grief. Apples that drank from the ground not just water, but memory. Some grew near gallows. Some grew over graves. And if picked too early, or by the wrong hand, they turned. Sweetness curdled. Seeds darkened. And when eaten, they told stories through the blood of the living. No one spoke after that. But at night, the girl began murmuring in her sleep. Names no one in the village had heard. Descriptions of places that didn't exist anymore. A well lined with teeth. A child buried with a mirror. A kiss that tasted of salt and wax. Her father sat by her bedside once and asked who she was talking to. Her eyes didn't open, but she answered, the one in the core. By spring, the girl's hair had turned darker. Her fingernails grew faster than before. And when she stepped into the orchard's ruins, the ash turned soft beneath her feet, as if something remembered her weight. The baker stopped selling apples altogether. Said the family would stick to pears. Safer. Simpler. Less full of secrets. But fruit still finds its way in. Even when uninvited. A boy from the next village brought her a gift. A red apple wrapped in cloth. It was the only one his tree had grown that year. The girl smiled gently and asked him to bury it instead. Not everything sweet, she said softly, was made to be eaten. He didn't understand. But he did as she asked. Years passed. The girl grew. The red on her lips faded. But never fully. She kept to herself mostly. Never touched apples again. And when the wind shifted in October, she stayed indoors and hummed under her breath, songs no one taught her. Songs that smelled faintly of cider and grief. If you ever visit that village, ask where the orchard used to be. No one will show you. But you'll feel it when you pass. A hush in the trees. A tightness in your chest. And if you look closely, you might see something red peeking from the grass. Don't pick it. Don't even touch it. Because some apples grow from more than soil. And once tasted, they remember your mouth. It was just a cough. Soft. Dry. One of those small nighttime sounds that should have meant nothing. But it happened at midnight. And in this village, that meant something. Because everyone knew, or thought they knew, what it meant to cough at that hour. Not 11:58. Not 12:03. Exactly midnight. The hour between the last breath of yesterday and the first breath of today. The hour that wasn't really time at all, but a space in between. And if your lungs stirred the air then, the old women said, it wasn't your breath that started it. They said witches traveled at midnight. Not on broomsticks, that part was made up by cities. In truth, they moved on foot. Quietly. On bare soles. Across thatched roofs and between the cracks of floorboards. You didn't hear them walk. You just felt it, like the weight of a storm behind your eyes. And sometimes, if you were especially sensitive, if your bones had once been marked or your name once muttered in bitterness, your body would sense her passing. Not by vision. Not by voice. But with a cough. A boy named Elias was the first to mention it. He had coughed once at midnight, then twice the next night, then 3 times the night after that. His mother joked it was the dust. But the old man at the far end of the village had already shut his shutters tight. "She's near," he said, though no one asked him. "And she's looking for someone who doesn't believe she's real." Elias's cough deepened. Dry at first. Then wet. Then something almost rattling. But no fever. No chills. Just the sound, like something old trying to rise up from inside him. His mother tied rosemary at the door. Burned sage. Poured milk on the threshold. The priest came and offered salt. But the coughing continued. Always at midnight. Never a second before. On the 7th night, Elias's father stayed awake with him. Sat by his bed. Held his hand. The clock struck 12. The boy stirred. His mouth opened. And instead of a cough, what came out was silence. Dense. Frozen. As if the world around them had inhaled and wouldn't release it. The father swore later, though no one believed him, that he saw the candle on the windowsill flicker sideways. Not from wind. But as if something had brushed past it. A presence that didn't need doors. A shape thinner than air. Elias stopped coughing after that. But his voice never returned quite right. It held a rasp, even in laughter. And when he spoke too long, his words sounded like they were coming from far away. The villagers watched him with that slow, sidelong glance people give to things they don't understand. Or fear they might. The legend grew. They said the witch walked the village once every season, picking a house at random. Not to curse. But to check. To test. To see who had been speaking about her. Who had doubted. Who had asked questions. And those she passed closest to, those whose rooms she paused beside, coughed. Some said it was her breath, still lingering. Others said it was the curse of knowledge. That knowing she existed made your body betray itself, made you cough so she'd hear it. A signal. A whisper of vulnerability. Children were taught to cover their mouths at night. Not for manners. For safety. They were told not to speak of witches after sundown. Not to read aloud from old books that smelled of dried herbs. And never, ever, to sleep with their feet uncovered. Because that's how she found you, by the warmth of your heels and the sound of your throat. There was a woman who didn't believe it. She was a baker's wife, sharp-tongued, eyes always squinting as if the world had disappointed her before it even tried. She said people coughed because of mildew. Because of damp air. Because they didn't clean their chimneys properly. She scoffed at the tales. Said witches were stories made up by men who couldn't stand smart women. Then her husband coughed. Just once. At midnight. He didn't hear it, but she did. She sat upright in bed, heart pounding, unsure why it felt different. But it did. The next morning, she found the milk turned to foam and the cat missing 3 toes. She didn't speak of it. Just changed the locks. Even though the doors had no signs of being opened. Soon, the villagers started keeping cloves under their pillows. Not for scent. For protection. And they sprinkled salt at their windows, not for spirits, but for suspicion. Because the witch wasn't always an outsider. She could be someone among them. An old woman with a hunched back. A young girl who hummed to herself. A midwife with too many herbs in her satchel. You never really knew. But the coughing always did. It revealed her proximity. Her passage. Her pause. And when the village clock tower fell during a storm one winter, split in half by lightning that struck even though the sky was clear, no one rebuilt it. They said it was safer not knowing when midnight truly was. That time, in ignorance, was a kind of blessing. Because if you didn't know the hour, you couldn't cough at the wrong one. But the body remembers. Even when the bells are gone. And so sometimes, in the houses nearest the forest edge, you might still hear it. A single, soft cough. From a child. From an elder. From someone already asleep. And if it comes just once, and never again, the family counts themselves lucky. But if it comes again the next night, and the next, the windows stay shut for a long, long time. And a place is made in the garden. Just in case. They said it started with a whisper. Not loud. Not jarring. Just soft, like someone trying not to wake you. A thread of sound, too thin to pull on, yet persistent enough to tangle around your thoughts. It came at dusk most often, when the shadows were long and the sky didn't know what color to settle on. A moment between worlds. Between breath and stillness. And if you listened, really listened, you might hear it. Not with your ears. With something older than that. Something deeper. The first man who heard it was a shepherd. Lived near the cliffs. Spent most of his days alone, speaking only to sheep and clouds. People thought the wind might have gotten to him. But the bleeding started before the madness. That's what they said. It came one morning when he returned to the village. Quiet. Pale. Head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something far away. There was dried red just beneath his ear. Not much. Just a line, like a tear that forgot which direction to fall. The healer checked him and found no wound. No infection. No fever. Just that red trace, and a strange stillness in his gaze. When asked what he'd heard, he said he didn't know. That it wasn't words. More like the memory of words, something that had once been spoken, then buried, then unearthed at the wrong hour. He stopped tending sheep after that. Couldn't bear the silence. Said the space between bleats was too loud now. They kept watch. But over the weeks, others began to report the same thing. Not the bleeding, not at first, but the hum. A low vibration in the bones. In the teeth. In the hollow behind the eye. Some said it came from the well. Others swore it lived in the church rafters. But the old midwife said it came from nowhere and everywhere at once. That's how you know it's real, she whispered, when it's not tied to a place. And then the bleeding began in others. Subtle. Unprovoked. A droplet on a pillowcase. A smear on a collar. No pain. Just the mark. The sign. And with it, strange dreams, of voices speaking in backwards rhythms, of doors that opened into empty rooms that echoed too long, of names that hadn't been uttered in generations but suddenly felt familiar in the throat. One woman dreamed of a red corridor lined with mouths instead of paintings. Another heard the lullaby her grandmother had sung, but sung by someone who didn't sound like her grandmother at all. A priest was summoned from another town. He brought holy water and 7 different salts. He circled the village, muttering prayers so old even he didn't know their meanings anymore. But he bled the next morning. Both ears. And left that afternoon without saying goodbye. That was when the story changed. No longer was it just the curious or the cursed who were affected. It could be anyone. A child napping in the hay. A blacksmith rinsing his face in the trough. A girl combing her hair too close to twilight. The whisper didn't choose based on belief. It chose based on proximity, and maybe on fear. It was said the demon wasn't trying to possess anyone. That would have been easier. Familiar. This was different. This was communication. Or the attempt at it. It was as if something on the other side of silence had grown tired of waiting. Had pressed its face too close to the thin skin between worlds. And in doing so, had let its voice slip through. But the human body wasn't made to hear such things. Ears bled not from harm, but from knowledge they weren't ready for. Some tied strings of garlic around their heads before bed. Others slept with wax in their ears, or tried not to sleep at all. One old man cut crosses into the wood of every windowsill in his home. But nothing stopped the sound if it wanted to come. One night it visited a newborn. The child didn't bleed, but the mother woke screaming, claiming she'd heard a lullaby played backward on bones. She lost her hearing a week later. The villagers called it mercy. They stopped speaking of it openly. Fear has a way of curling in on itself, becoming ritual, becoming superstition. Doors were kept shut during storms. Wind chimes were banned. Any sound without source was deemed dangerous. And yet still, the bleeding happened. No one ever died from it. But they changed. Those who'd heard the whisper, truly heard it, were never the same. Their laughter came too late. Their eyes darted toward corners no one else looked at. And some began collecting things. Small things. Pieces others had left behind. A button. A tooth. A nail clipping. It was then that the villagers began to notice a strange pattern. A shape in the chaos. That those who bled from the ears, eventually began gathering. As if the whisper hadn't just spoken. As if it had instructed. Not in language, but in feeling. In urge. In a deep compulsion that could not be named, only obeyed. And so the theory emerged. That the bleeding was not a warning. It was a seal. A mark left behind by something not of this world. Something trying to build. To remember itself through us. Using what we shed. What we discard. What we do not value. And the ones marked by blood, were the collectors. Which brings us to the girl. The one who sat at the edge of the schoolhouse, who never spoke unless spoken to, who always smelled faintly of vinegar and ash. The one whose satchel clinked when she walked. Not from coins. Not from stones. From jars. Small, carefully sealed, and filled with bits no one missed. Not at first. Toenails. That's what the neighbor swore she saw. A whole jar of them. Filed and sorted by size. One even painted. Another jagged and yellow. The others laughed. Said it was just a child being strange. Until they noticed their own clippings vanishing from wash basins. From dustpans. From under pillows. They say she never bled from the ears. But maybe she didn't need to. Maybe she had already heard everything. You were warned, weren't you? Not to peer into the well for too long. A quick glance was fine, a toss of a coin, a whispered wish, a reflection caught and quickly forgotten. But not more than that. Not long enough to see the shimmer shift, or your face ripple into something slightly wrong. Because the well didn't just hold water. It held memory. It held the weight of all the things poured into it, not just pails, but secrets. Tears. Regrets. A scream that had no other place to go. In the village on the edge of the forest, the well stood near the chapel. Built with heavy stones that sweated even in winter. They said it had never run dry, not in famine, not in drought, not even when the river turned to mud. But that wasn't seen as a blessing. No, not exactly. A well that never empties isn't just generous. It's watching. And if something watches long enough, it learns. Children were taught early, count to 5 when you draw water. No more. If your bucket takes longer, pull it out blind. Close your eyes. Don't let your reflection hold your gaze. Because some said the surface wasn't just glassy, it was hungry. That if you stared long enough, it would stare back. And not always with your own eyes. There were tales, of course. Every village has them. A boy who went to fetch water and came back quieter. Not sad, not sick, just, still. As though a part of him had stayed behind in the depth. He stopped looking people in the eye after that. Started walking with a limp no one remembered him having. And when his mother died the next winter, he didn't cry. Just looked out the window for hours. Toward the well. One girl, 16 and soft-spoken, leaned over the well one night looking for the moon. Her friend had told her you could see it shimmer differently there, brighter, deeper, like it was reaching back to you. She stayed too long. Was found the next morning, still alive, still breathing, but with white in her hair and blood crusted in one nostril. She never spoke again. And the next full moon, she walked into the woods and wasn't seen again. The elders didn't call it possession. That was too dramatic. No. They said it was recognition. That the well didn't steal you. It saw you. And when it did, it kept a version of you beneath the surface. Not a twin. Not a ghost. Just a second thought. An echo. And sometimes, when the wind was wrong and the night was too quiet, that echo tried to climb out. That's why the villagers kept the well covered at night. Not to stop someone from falling in, but to stop something from climbing out. You see, water remembers. It remembers every name whispered to it. Every shame rinsed into its depth. And some memories are stronger than others. Some grow roots. Tendrils. Fingers. There was a woman named Hild who swore she saw her dead sister's face in the water. The sister had drowned 5 years earlier in a lake 3 villages away. But there she was, smiling, wet hair slicked to her cheeks, eyes too wide, lips moving soundlessly beneath the surface. Hild dropped the bucket and ran. Moved to the city the next week. Never came back. But the well stayed. There's something about standing above such depth. Something ancient. The feeling that you're not just higher, you're at risk. Because depth invites descent. And curiosity is heavier than most people realize. You lean. You look. You lose track of time. Of the way your breath sounds. Of the world behind you. Some said the well was built on something older. A grove. A grave. A hole that never closed right. But no one dug to check. Because digging means belief. And belief gives shape. Safer to call it superstition. Safer to laugh nervously, to toss a coin, to back away slowly. Because deep down, they knew. The well wasn't bottomless, it was patient. A boy once dropped a ring into it. A family heirloom. He cried for days. On the third night, the ring appeared on the doorstep. Wet. Cold. Still spinning. No one opened the door that night. And when they looked at the ring closely, it bore a new scratch, a name none of them knew. The priest who blessed the water every spring retired early. Said he heard voices echoing from below during the last ritual. Not screaming. Worse, laughing. As if something found the act amusing. He left behind his cross and a note that read, "It doesn't need cleansing. It remembers who it is." Some believe that staring into the well for too long doesn't steal your soul. It introduces it. That something beneath the surface learns your shape, your hopes, the way your mouth curls when you try not to cry. And once it knows, it waits. Not to harm. Not to haunt. Just to reappear. Somewhere else. Someone else. And when you see them, that reflection in a stranger's face, that gesture in the mirror that doesn't feel like yours, you'll know. You looked too long. The village eventually planted trees around it. Tall ones. With thick canopies. So the moonlight wouldn't reach the surface. So the sun couldn't reflect. So no one would be tempted by beauty. Because beauty leads to longing. And longing leads to looking. And looking, well, you know how that ends. And now, when someone draws water, they do it with a scarf over their eyes. They don't talk during the task. They don't hum. They don't listen. Just one pull. 2. Done. That's the rule. And when a child asks why, they're told the truth, gently, but firmly. That not all reflections are yours. That the past sometimes wants to be seen. And that the well remembers who has looked too long, and who still might. So if you pass through that village, thirsty and warm from travel, and you see the old well nestled in the shade, don't lean in. Don't smile at your reflection. Don't count the ripples. Just fill your flask quickly. And walk away. Because if you linger, if you listen too closely, something below might remember you. And when it does, it might send someone to find you. She wasn't born with it. That much everyone agreed on. When she was small, both eyes were blue, not a soft blue, but the kind that looked like it had a storm curled inside. Bright and always blinking too slowly, like she saw things at half speed. Her name was Marin, and she had the kind of silence that followed her into rooms, making the air feel heavier. Not unkind, just distant. As if she were only partly present. The accident came when she was 9. A splintered piece of kindling, flung too fast by her older brother's axe, caught her just beneath the brow. They said the blood came quick, the eye clouded faster. For weeks, she wore a cloth bandage over it, tied tight with trembling hands. When it healed, she was given the glass one. It came from a traveling merchant who carried things too delicate for most roads, jars of ink sealed with wax, wooden combs carved to look like sleeping animals, a set of hand-painted rosaries that whispered when the beads touched. He said the eye had been made in Prague. Said it had belonged to no one before her. But the villagers didn't believe that. Because eyes aren't born from nowhere. And this one never seemed to blink. They placed it gently. The fit was perfect. Too perfect. The color, a soft brown, didn't match her remaining eye, and yet, somehow, it drew more attention. People avoided it when they spoke to her. Looked always at the other one. The stormless one. But it was the glass that held them after they turned away. That felt like it lingered in the corners. That watched even when closed behind a door. At first, they said it was just her presence. A strange girl, half-sighted, with a quiet step and questions that arrived too late in a conversation. But then strange things began to happen. Small things, at first. A neighbor claimed she dreamed of Marin watching her through the window, even though she lived 3 streets away. Another swore that every time she looked at the girl's face, she forgot what she'd been about to say. And then there were the children. They said the eye glowed at night. That it flickered, like a candle behind a curtain. One boy said he saw it moving. Not side to side. Inward. As if it were retreating into the socket to make room for something coming out. They kept their distance. Not cruelly. But firmly. Teachers marked her present without calling her name. The baker left her loaf on the counter instead of handing it over. The priest never offered direct blessings, only vague ones, cast toward the ceiling like incense. But none of it seemed to bother her. Marin walked calmly through the days. Her steps always quiet. Her answers always soft. And her gaze, always that one real eye, blinking slow, and that one glass one, never blinking at all. Then came the sleeping incidents. First, her cousin. He'd spent the night at Marin's house and awoke screaming. Said she had stood over him in the dark. Not moving. Just watching. Her head tilted slightly. And it wasn't her eye, it was the glass. It shone, he said. Reflected nothing. And he swore, that he saw a tiny mouth inside it. Open and smiling. The adults dismissed it. Nightmares. Children have wild minds. But he refused to sleep indoors after that. Built a cot in the barn and grew up there. Married a girl who didn't believe in windows. Never visited Marin again. Years passed. The stories didn't stop. One girl said Marin's glass eye followed her even in dreams. That when she closed her eyes, it appeared, hovering, pulsing, growing larger each time, until it filled the whole sky. Another claimed she'd once walked by Marin sleeping under a tree and saw her glass eye shift, not left or right, but up. Toward her. Open. But perhaps the strangest story was told by the old widow. She lived next door and suffered from insomnia. Said she often sat by the window late at night, knitting by candlelight, watching shadows move. She said that for several weeks, she would glance out and see Marin's window lit, just barely. A faint orange pulse behind the curtains. And in that glow, she could see Marin sitting upright in bed. Still. Facing the wall. Eye open. Watching something that wasn't there. The widow tried to forget it. But then one night, she woke suddenly, not from sound, but from the feeling of being seen. And when she opened her eyes, Marin was standing at her bedroom doorway. Still. Quiet. The real eye closed. The glass one shining. Watching. She didn't scream. Didn't move. Just stared. And eventually, Marin turned and left. The door closed behind her without sound. But from that night forward, the widow never lit a candle again. Said light was what brought it forward. Said darkness was safer. They never blamed Marin, not openly. But they whispered. That maybe the eye wasn't just glass. That maybe it wasn't human. That maybe it wasn't hers at all. Some thought it was a watching place. A doorway. Others believed it was punishment, that the girl had seen something she shouldn't have, and the eye was her penance. But some believed she'd been chosen. That the eye wasn't a curse, but a request. A way for something else to understand this world, by watching how we sleep. How we breathe. How we look when we think no one sees us. And maybe that's why she was never angry. Never afraid. Because she wasn't the one doing the watching. She was simply the vessel. The window. The frame. Marin lived quietly into her 30s. Never married. Never left town. And when she passed, peacefully, in sleep, they buried her with both eyes shut. But they say the undertaker flinched when he placed the lid. That he felt something looking back at him. Not her, not Marin, but something else. A watching that didn't belong to the body anymore. To this day, no one goes near her grave at night. Not because they fear the dead. But because they fear being watched. Not with malice. But with knowing. With understanding. With a gaze that doesn't need to blink. And in homes nearby, if a child wakes with the feeling of being seen, their parents soothe them gently. Tell them it's just a dream. Just a shadow. But sometimes, they check the windows. Just to be sure. Because what watches you sleep doesn't always leave when you wake. The fever came quickly. As they often did. A child could be fine in the morning, rosy-cheeked, laughing into bread crusts and blackberry jam, and by sunset, they'd be burning with heat, eyes wild, body shivering like a bird in the wind. The doctor might be a day's ride away. And medicine, if it came at all, would be vinegar, leeches, or bitter teas that made the mouth curl and the stomach revolt. But there was one cure, whispered, not written. A cure that belonged to the old ways. The dirt ways. The ones too humble, too quiet, to be printed in books. You took an egg. It had to be fresh, not from the market, but from your own hen. Laid that morning, still warm when lifted. White was preferred, but brown would do. No cracks. No marks. No twin yolks. You held it close to the child's skin. Let it rest just above the heart. It had to feel the fever. To draw it in. They said the egg was alive in its own way, and heat could make it remember. Then, after nightfall, you went to the graveyard. You didn't knock. You didn't speak. You just walked carefully between the stones, keeping your breath low and your footsteps even. The egg stayed wrapped in cloth, tucked to your chest, held tight like something breathing. You found a grave. Not a new one. Not too old. A middle grave. One with a name still visible, but faded just enough to make you squint. Someone who had died in their 30s or 40s. Young enough to have remembered pain, but old enough to forgive it. You knelt. Dug with bare hands. The dirt was usually soft there, loamy, loose, like it wanted to be moved. No tools. No iron. Just you and the earth. Once the hole was deep enough, you lowered the egg inside. Not like trash. Like a gift. And before covering it, you whispered the child's name. Just once. No more. Then you stood, pressed the dirt firm, and walked away without turning around. The fever usually broke by morning. No one knew how it worked. Not really. Some believed the egg carried the sickness like a sponge. That it soaked the fever in, pulling it from the child's bones. Others thought the grave accepted the illness like a kindness, a second offering from a world still warm. That the dead, if asked politely, might take a little weight from the living. There were rules, of course. You couldn't bury more than one egg in the same grave. You couldn't return to check if it had rotted. And under no circumstance could you dig it back up. Doing so was an invitation. And invitations, once opened, are rarely refused. One woman didn't believe. Her son burned with fever for days. She tried prayers, broth, a concoction of rosemary and goose fat. Nothing worked. Out of desperation, not faith, she buried the egg. The fever vanished by dawn. But she couldn't leave it alone. She needed proof. So she went back 3 nights later and dug with a lantern clutched in shaking hands. What she found wasn't the egg. It was something softer. Paler. Still wet. And pulsing. They said her hair turned white by sunrise. That she never spoke again. Only hummed. Soft lullabies in a language no one recognized. The boy lived, yes. But she was gone long before her body followed. Some healers had variations. Burying the egg near the roots of a yew tree. Wrapping it first in black wool. Saying the Lord's Prayer backward under your breath. But most agreed, the graveyard mattered more than the ritual. It had to be a place of ending. A place where the world thinned. Because illness, they believed, was not just a failure of the body. It was a confusion of place. A spirit lost. A heat looking for home. And the graveyard, patient, accepting, ancient, was the one place willing to open its arms, no matter the time, no matter the name. Children who recovered after the burial often woke with odd dreams. They spoke of faces made of soil, of warm hands pressing their foreheads, of lullabies carried on the wind. One boy whispered that someone had rocked him during the night. Not his mother. Not his father. But someone very old. With no face. Just kindness. When asked, the old midwives only nodded. The dead, they said, remember what it's like to be warm. And sometimes, if you ask nicely, they'll help keep someone else from going cold too soon. But it was never free. A small part of the illness stayed behind. Not in the egg. Not in the grave. In the space between. In the breath you held as you buried it. That's why, they said, burying too many eggs made you tired. Made you quiet. Made you forget simple things, like birthdays, or the taste of honey, or how your mother looked when she smiled. Not because something had been taken. But because something had been watched. It became a ritual passed in whispers. A last resort. A silent agreement between the living and the sleeping. And it worked more often than not. Not perfectly. But enough. And if, someday, you find yourself in a small village, and a fever takes hold of someone you love, and you're told to hold an egg against their chest and walk toward the hill of stones after dusk, you'll know you're not alone. Just walk softly. Don't speak. And when you bury the egg, mean it. Because the grave may answer. And sometimes, it listens longer than it should. They said he was born unlucky. Not because of a curse or a star or a crooked birthmark, but simply because of timing. His mother went into labor during a thunderstorm, and the midwife arrived soaked and shaking. The lantern went out twice before he took his first breath. The cord was wrapped once, then again. And when he finally cried, it sounded like a cough. Not a scream. Just a dry, reluctant cough, like even his lungs weren't sure about staying. His name was Emmerich. He grew up in the corner of things. Always near but never quite inside. If it rained, his roof leaked. If there were only 10 pies at the market, he arrived 11th. His crops bloomed 2 weeks too late. His teeth ached on festival days. And when he tried to speak to girls, his words slid out backward, like eels. No one hated him. But no one wanted to stand too close. People believe bad luck can brush off. Like dust. Or fleas. When he was 33, something shifted. He lost his job at the mill, then his shoes fell apart. That same week, his cow gave birth to something that didn't blink. And when he tried to light the stove, the flame jumped, burned off his eyebrows. That's when he went to the old woman. She lived near the edge of the woods, in a house that creaked even when the wind was still. Her door had no handle, just a length of rope. She didn't take money. Only items with memory, a lock of hair, a shard of mirror, the first note someone ever wrote you. Emmerich brought her a button from his father's coat. She held it once, smiled, and said, "You need luck that can't escape." She gave him a coin. It was dull and uneven, shaped more like a seed than silver. On one side was an eye. On the other, a well. "Swallow it," she said. "When the moon is full. When your mouth is dry. And don't speak until morning." He did. It tasted like iron and fog. It didn't go down smooth. He gagged, twice, then forced it past his tongue. It slid, then stuck. Lodged just beneath the place where breath begins. His eyes watered. His chest bucked. But he told himself, this is part of the magic. This is how luck gets planted. You choke on it first. The coughing stopped after an hour. The pain didn't. But by morning, something was different. A stranger gave him a coin on the road. The baker handed him an extra roll. The wind blew the right way. He felt taller. Not taller in height, but in chance. Like the world wasn't leaning against him anymore. For a while, it worked. He got a job tending chickens. Found a girl who didn't mind his quiet. Even grew tomatoes that year, fat ones, blushing with ripeness. He started to hum. Just small tunes. But still, music. Until the dream started. They came soft at first. Just images. A spinning coin. An eye blinking underwater. A sound like someone swallowing in the dark. Then louder. The well opened. The eye widened. The coin began to move. Not in his hand, in his chest. He could feel it shifting. Not up. Not down. Just deeper. One morning, he woke with blood on his pillow. Not much. Just enough to be noticed. His voice cracked when he spoke. His chest whistled. He saw the old woman again. Asked what it meant. She looked at him for a long time. Then said, "You didn't let it settle. You forced it." He asked what to do. She didn't answer. Just turned away and began humming. A song he'd never heard, but felt like he should have known. That night, the coin moved again. He fell to his knees. It wasn't pain, not exactly. It was weight. Pressure. Like his body was making room for something it hadn't invited. He tried to cough it up. Fingers down the throat. Salt water. Stale bread. Nothing. The next week, his luck soured. The girl left. Said he was never really there when he looked at her. The chickens grew restless. One pecked his leg, drew blood. The tomatoes split before ripening. And the dreams turned red. He stopped speaking. Not from choice. From loss. His voice became dust. His cough returned, dry, barking. The villagers said it echoed wrong. Too hollow. Like it came from somewhere else. One night, the coughing didn't stop. He staggered outside. Hands clutching his chest, mouth open. No sound. Just air. And then, a choke. Sharp. Wet. Final. He fell near the well. When they found him, he was cold. But peaceful. No fear in the face. Just silence. They opened his mouth to look for signs. What they found wasn't blood. It was a coin. Dull. Uneven. Eye on one side. A well on the other. But it wasn't the same coin. This one was fresh. Shiny. Still warm. They buried him under a stone with no name. Just a circle carved into the middle. And ever since, the wind near the well carries a whisper. Not words. Just sound. Like someone still coughing, very softly. Like luck refusing to leave. It always started the same way, a sharp tug behind the ankle. Not pain, exactly. Not at first. Just a dull, dragging weight that made the left foot feel slower, heavier, like you were walking with someone else's limb. You'd brush it off. A cramp, maybe. Or cold creeping into the bone. But by the second night, it would hum. Not aloud. But inside. Like your foot remembered something you hadn't yet lived. In the 1600s, they had a name for it. They said it was the devil's ride. That if your left foot ached, especially near dawn, especially when the moon was low, it meant something had caught a hold of you. Not entirely. Just enough to pull. To steer. To test the weight of your direction. Because the devil didn't knock on doors in those days. He rode shoulders, fingers, teeth. And most often, feet. They believed your left side was weaker. Holier, yes, the side of the heart, but vulnerable. It was the side angels guarded most fiercely, which meant it was also where darkness pushed hardest. So when the pain came, old women didn't offer salt or prayer. They looked at your shoes. They checked for scuff marks near the toe, ash beneath the heel, blood where there shouldn't have been any. And if they found nothing, they'd ask when you last crossed running water. Because once he's on you, they said, he doesn't let go easy. Especially if you've stepped through something wet. Especially if you didn't say a blessing first. One boy in the village limped for 3 months before his mother realized what it was. She thought it was growing pain. Or guilt. He'd stolen a coin from the altar box, spent it on gingerbread, then buried the paper wrapper behind the church. But that night, he woke screaming. Said he couldn't lift his leg. That something was holding it down, something breathing. They burned his shoes. Lit lavender and thyme. Wrapped his feet in linen soaked in holy water. It helped. A little. Until he dreamt of hooves. Not like a horse. Not like a deer. Bigger. Slower. 1 step every minute. And with each step, a whisper, mine. 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 He confessed to the priest the next morning. Then ran into the woods and buried both feet in the soil, shouting that if the devil wanted a ride, he'd have to carry the forest too. The pain stopped. But he never walked the same again. Others weren't so lucky. Some ignored the signs. Thought it was nothing. A sprain. A chill. They kept walking. Kept dragging that foot behind them. Until it started to blister. Then blacken. Then twitch when they weren't moving. That's when the dreams came. Always the same. A long road. Fogged over. Lit only by a lantern you didn't carry. And behind you, hooves. Steady. Rhythmic. And always just far enough behind to keep you walking. The village blacksmith had a different cure. He'd hammer iron nails into a horseshoe and bury it upside down near the threshold of your door. Said it reversed the ride. That the devil hated to be turned on his head. One night he didn't bury it deep enough, and the next morning, his anvil cracked clean in half. No one asked him why. But for weeks after, people noticed he stopped wearing shoes altogether. If you told someone in the village your left foot hurt, they wouldn't offer sympathy. They'd check your shadow. They'd watch how it followed you. Whether it lagged. Whether it mirrored the limp. Because sometimes, the devil didn't ride you from the front. He rode you from the back, like a second shadow with no mouth. And if it followed you wrong, they'd give you bread to carry in your pocket. Not to eat. To distract him. They said he liked crumbs. That he'd stop to count them. And as long as he was counting, you could keep walking. 1 step. 2. Until you made it to the river. But the river wasn't always enough. Because if the devil was riding, it meant you'd already let him in. Somehow. Somewhere. Maybe when you lied about the milk. Maybe when you spit into the fire. Maybe when you laughed during a funeral and forgot to say sorry. He didn't need your whole soul. Just your heel. Just your left foot. Just a ride. And once he knew the route, he'd return. That's why some villagers chose to walk barefoot forever. To never give him a place to perch. Calluses grew. Skin cracked. But they didn't limp. They said if you listened carefully, you could hear him leave. Not with a growl. Not with thunder. But with a sigh. Like a rider stepping down. Like a weight you didn't know was there finally slipping off, and your foot, your poor, aching foot, suddenly light again. But it never quite forgot. It would still twitch sometimes. In dreams. In prayer. And if it started to hurt again, deep and dull, just before midnight. They'd say he'd returned. Looking for another ride. They said the oak was sacred. Not because it was old, though it was. Not because it stood alone on the hill, though it did. But because it had survived. Storm after storm, season after season, it had never lost a branch. Never burned. Never cracked. Even when the church steeple was split and the blacksmith's chimney scattered into stone dust, that tree held firm. And in the village's quiet logic, that meant something. It meant the tree was chosen. Watched. Favored. So they placed little things at its base. A lace ribbon from a wedding dress. A tooth wrapped in linen. A ribbon that had once been tied around a stillborn's wrist. Not as offerings, exactly, more like acknowledgments. As if to say, you've endured, so help us endure too. It was never official. No one wrote it down. But year after year, people came to the tree in times of need or guilt or waiting. Then came the thunder. It wasn't the first storm of the season, but it was the loudest. Thick clouds like bruised flesh rolling across the sky, and rain that hit sideways, sharp as rice thrown at a funeral. People shuttered their windows and whispered prayers. Not to God, necessarily. Just to anything listening. Storms in those days weren't just weather. They were messages. And lightning, well, lightning was God's finger. Pointing. Striking. Choosing. So when it hit the oak, people felt it in their stomachs. Not fear. Confusion. Lightning wasn't supposed to strike that tree. It had stood through everything. It had become part of the landscape of survival. So when the bolt came down, bright, straight, without warning, and split the trunk like soft bread, it was more than surprise. It was betrayal. The next morning, people climbed the hill. The bark had peeled back in curls, like skin blistered from heat. The core had blackened. Smoke still rose, thin and uncertain, from the center. Someone reached out to touch it, then pulled back as if burned. Not from heat. From something else. Something colder. They didn't say it aloud at first. But the thought was there, thick and pressing: if the sacred tree could fall, what did that mean for the rest of us? They looked around, as if expecting the ground to open. Or the sky to speak again. But nothing happened. Just wind. And the soft sound of charred leaves collapsing in on themselves. The blacksmith said the bolt had missed. That the lightning had meant to hit something else, maybe the gallows tree near the crossroads, or the roof of the debtor's barn. That the strike was misfired. An accident. A miscommunication between realms. But others weren't so sure. One woman claimed to have dreamt it the night before. She said she saw the oak in flames, and a figure standing beneath it, not running, not afraid. Just watching. Another man said he heard laughter when the lightning struck. Not thunder. Laughter. High and bitter, like wind being mocked. And the priest, he said nothing. Just stared at the tree with his mouth half open and his hands shaking, as if every sermon he'd ever given was now missing its final page. People stopped visiting the hill. Children were warned to keep away. Dogs howled when they passed too close. And when the leaves refused to fall that autumn, clinging to their branches even in death, someone finally said it: the tree was protecting us. And now it's not. That winter was the hardest in 20 years. Ice formed beneath the beds. Smoke from the hearths turned sour. Babies cried longer, and the sound of boots on snow echoed just a bit too loud, like someone else was always one step behind. The tree remained there, dark and broken, a silhouette of what used to be sacred. Some said it should be burned entirely. Cleansed. Others argued it should be buried, like a body. But no one wanted to touch it. They feared what might touch back. One night, a man climbed the hill with an axe. He didn't return. They found the axe, buried halfway into the earth near the roots. Not stuck. Buried. As if someone had pulled it down. No footprints. No blood. Just the axe, and the tree, and a feeling in the throat like forgetting your own name. From then on, it wasn't called the sacred oak. It wasn't called anything. They simply said, don't go near the place lightning chose. Because maybe it hadn't struck the wrong tree. Maybe it had struck the only one strong enough to survive it. And now that it was gone, something else would need a place to land. It came without warning. No prophecy. No scholar's chart. Just one night, a strange, pale haze on the edge of the sky. And then the next, a streak. Bright. Long unmoving. Like a frozen wound in the stars. The villagers didn't look at it for long. Not at first. Because it didn't feel like something to admire. It felt like something watching. They had no name for it. Some called it a ghost light. Others, a dragon's tail. One woman whispered the word comet like it was a curse. Something old, sharp, and dangerous, the kind of thing only heaven could throw down when the world had gone too wrong for lightning. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The night birds stopped singing. The frogs quieted. Even the river seemed slower, thick with tension. And every night, that streak of fire hung above the village. It didn't move like stars did. It didn't twinkle. It just stared. Then came the faces. At first, only one child saw it, a pale boy named Micah who had a habit of watching the sky while chewing on wood. He pointed upward, whispered that the comet had eyes. Not two. Just one. In the center. Wide, round, and red as an open sore. He said it blinked. No one believed him. Until others began to dream of it. Not the comet itself. But something behind it. A face they couldn't describe, too large, too slow. They said it smiled without teeth. That it didn't blink like people do, it closed one side at a time, like it was winking across dimensions. And when it opened, something behind the eye shuddered. As if waking. The priest called for a vigil. He told the villagers to light candles and kneel. To face the church instead of the sky. But one by one, people began to glance upward. Not because they wanted to. But because they felt seen. That was the worst part, they said. Not the burning trail. Not the dreams. The feeling that someone, or something, already knew who you were, before you even raised your eyes. A cow gave birth to something with no mouth. A midwife lost her voice. Children stopped sleeping through the night and began carving circles into their bread. And still, the comet hung there. Some claimed it moved slightly each night, drifting closer. One man swore it pulsed, a slow beat, like breath drawn through stone. The baker's apprentice said the face turned once, just slightly, and afterward the oven wouldn't light. As if fire itself had been offended. The villagers started covering their windows. First with cloth. Then with ash. Some even slept in root cellars. They said the comet couldn't find you underground. But nothing hid for long. One girl stood outside all night with her arms open. When they found her in the morning, her hair had turned white. Her mouth was filled with salt. And she kept whispering the same thing over and over, "He's not watching the sky, he's looking through it." No one knew who he was. But they began to wonder whether the face in the comet wasn't a visitor, but a mirror. That maybe what looked down wasn't judging. Just reflecting. One farmer, a man who had buried 3 wives and blamed none of the deaths on illness, claimed the comet grinned at him. That it recognized him. And when he saw it grin, he dropped his axe and walked straight into the marsh, never to be found. They stopped calling it a comet after that. Started calling it the Watcher. And still, it didn't move. Not fast. Not in any way you could measure. But something about its gaze became sharper. As if it had chosen. As if it had decided. Then, one morning, it was gone. No streak. No trail. No smoke. Just absence. And an overwhelming silence. The kind of quiet you get when someone who's been staring finally turns away. For weeks, the village whispered softer. Doors creaked more slowly. Children laughed less. Not out of fear. Out of reverence. Because whatever that thing was, comet or curse or cracked eye in the sky, it hadn't stayed. Which meant it could return. And if it came back, maybe this time it would blink with both eyes. They were already there when you woke up. 3 of them. Not moving. Not calling. Just sitting on the fence outside the window. Unmoving as coal statues. Their heads tilted, not quite toward you, but not away either. And somehow that was worse. Because they weren't waiting for your attention. They were waiting for the light. In the 1600s, people didn't count crows the way we do now. They didn't make rhymes about joy or sorrow. They didn't look for poetic meaning. They looked for the truth. Cold, black-feathered truth. And if you saw 3 before the sun, before the light had washed the shadows off the earth, it meant something had already died. Not something. Someone. The stories varied, of course. In one village, it meant the eldest in the household would lose their voice before dusk and never get it back. In another, it meant an old secret would be uncovered. One that should have stayed buried. But almost everywhere, the shape of the omen was the same, 3 crows. Silent. At dawn. Facing the east. Because crows, they believed, could smell time. Not just death. Not just rot. But the timing of both. They were not scavengers in those days. They were messengers. Judges. Watchers. You didn't shoo them. You didn't curse them. You left out bread. Or hair. Or bits of thread. Small offerings, like apology notes to something that couldn't read, but could understand. No one knew where the crows slept. They weren't seen nesting. They didn't flock. They simply arrived. Perched. Waited. And once the sun had cracked the horizon, they flew away, as if their shift was over. One man tried to shoot them. He loaded his musket with extra powder. Aimed straight through the window. And when he pulled the trigger, the gun exploded backward, cracked his ribs, and knocked him cold. When he woke, the crows were gone. But a 4th one sat on the chimney. That night, his barn burned. The sheep didn't cry. They just lay down and closed their eyes, as if they'd been warned. The midwife said crows were sisters of the moon. That they could carry dreams back to their source. That if you whispered something to them while the world was still half dark, they'd deliver the message. But they'd also deliver your name. And if you had done anything wrong, even in thought, the crows would repeat it. Not in your voice. But in the exact rhythm of your guilt. Children were taught to look away. To close the curtains if they saw more than one. And to never, ever name them. Because once a crow has a name, it becomes something else. Something closer. There's an old journal from a merchant's wife. In it, she writes about 3 crows visiting her home for 7 days straight. She offered sugar. Coins. Her own blood. Nothing worked. On the 7th day, her husband drowned in a pond shallow enough to stand in. When they pulled him out, his face was blank. But his tongue had been pulled so far forward it nearly touched his chin. She wrote only 1 line after that. They waited for me to believe them. Even now, centuries later, crows still make us uneasy. Not because they're dark. But because they watch. Because they don't flinch. Because they understand. You might think it's silly, that superstition and birds shouldn't cross paths. But next time you wake up before dawn and see 3 on a fence, ask yourself this. Why are they here before you are? Why are they already watching the light? And what name do they carry in their feathers this time? You didn't notice it at first. Not really. The sky was too quiet, too still, the kind of stillness that makes you whisper even when you're alone. The animals had bedded early. The wind had dropped its voice to a hush. And the stars felt distant, like they were watching something they didn't want to be a part of. That's when someone looked up and saw the moon. It wasn't gone. It was just, different. Dimmer. Like it had stepped behind a veil. But then, slowly, it began to glow again. Not silver. Not white. But red. Deep red. The color of blood seen through smoke. The color of bad decisions written on parchment. The kind of red that didn't feel alive, just patient. They didn't know the word eclipse. At least not in the way we do now. In the 1600s, it wasn't a cosmic event. It was a reckoning. A sign. A soft warning that the balance between heaven and hell had shifted, even if only for a night. And on those nights, no doors stayed open. No candles stayed lit. Even the fire seemed to draw in on itself, as if afraid of being seen. The midwife said the moon was bleeding for a child not yet born. The priest said it was the Virgin turning her face away. The butcher, who didn't believe in anything until the meat went sour, refused to touch his knives until morning. Because a red moon meant eyes were open. Eyes from below. That night, a child coughed until feathers came up. A woman gave birth to twins with different shadows. The dog wouldn't bark. Not once. And in the distance, someone swore they heard the sound of metal scraping against metal, like armor shifting, but underground. People tried to explain it. They said it was mist. Or soot in the upper air. But when someone held up a bowl of water to the sky, the reflection turned black. Not red. Black. As if the water knew better than to mimic what it didn't understand. One man went mad before midnight. He tore out every nail from the wall, saying the moon had called them. That it needed iron. That it was hungry. When they tried to restrain him, he bit his own hand until it bled, then whispered into the wound. Others stayed quiet. They remembered what their grandmothers had said, to bury mirrors, cover mouths, and never, never, fall asleep under a red moon. Because dreams on nights like these weren't yours. They were borrowed. Or worse, shared. And what the moon saw, it remembered. That's why people stayed awake. Not because they feared death. But because they feared being seen becoming something else in the dark. By morning, the moon was gone. White again. Pale and forgetful. But no one trusted it. For weeks, people glanced up and turned away. Chickens refused to lay. Milk curdled too fast. And the child who coughed feathers. He never spoke again. Just watched. Like the moon had left a fragment behind, not in the sky, but in him. They say red moons are rare. But in truth, they come more often than we think. It's just that not all of them turn red for you. Because sometimes, the moon bleeds for one person only. And if you're the one it watches, the one it turns for, then no night will ever feel entirely yours again. They didn't look up often, not really. The sky was something to fear in the 1600s, not for what flew, but for what it foretold. A sudden gust could mean illness. A streak of birds across the horizon could mean famine. And clouds had stories of their own. Especially when they sailed like ships. It usually happened in the early dawn or just before dusk, the time when the sky is neither one color nor the other, but caught between moods. That's when someone would notice it. A shadow in the clouds. An outline. Sails. Masts. Sometimes full fleets stretched across the heavens, unmoving but watching. Silent but unmistakable. The clouds didn't drift. They waited. And in every village where they were seen, someone would mutter the same words, "The ships are back. Tie your sons to the plow." Because it wasn't just a shape. It was a sign. They believed clouds shaped like ships meant war wasn't far behind. Not in a metaphorical sense. Not as poetry. Real war. With swords, boots, broken gates, and blood. Even if no rider arrived with warning. Even if the fields looked calm. If the clouds came, the world would soon be red. The first time it happened in the records, the clouds took the form of 3 vessels. Thick, round, unmoving. A local shepherd stared at them too long and returned home muttering about hulls made of bone and flags sewn from silence. That winter, soldiers came through the valley. Not an army. Just men with steel and cause and empty stomachs. They didn't call it war. They called it collection. The village never fully recovered. And after that, the superstition was born. From then on, people tracked the clouds. Not all of them, just the heavy ones. The ones that hung low and seemed too shaped to be natural. The ones with sharp edges, too defined for fog. Children were taught not to point at them. Pointing made them see you back. Better to pretend you hadn't noticed. Better to avert your eyes and prepare quietly. In one town, a woman kept a cloud journal. She sketched each formation that looked like a ship, then counted the days until the first soldier passed her gate. Her husband burned the journal. That same night, the clouds came again, this time with sails wide open. The next morning, the first cannon sounded in the neighboring town. She never wrote again. But she did start burying knives in the yard. One for every ship she saw. Even sailors feared it. There are logs from naval men refusing to go out on days where the clouds matched the outline of their own vessels. As if the sky was mimicking them. Or mocking. Or warning. They called them ghost fleets. Not because they were dead, but because they were still waiting to die. It didn't matter if you were loyal to crown or coin. The clouds didn't pick sides. Only directions. And they always pointed forward, as if guiding something we couldn't yet see. On one particularly warm autumn morning, the entire sky above a field turned gray and geometric. 7 ships. Aligned. Facing the same direction. A farmer's daughter counted them twice. Said they had sails, yes, but also mouths. That they were grinning. By nightfall, every dog in the village had vanished. No one remembered hearing them run. The next week, the road filled with soldiers. Hungry ones. The kind who didn't knock. The kind who took before asking. The kind who didn't leave songs behind, only silence. People began building low shrines. Not to gods. Not to saints. To the sky itself. Small stacks of stone arranged like boats, pressed with ash and bone. As if saying, we see you. We remember. Let us pass in peace. But it never stopped. Every time clouds carved themselves into ships, the world followed. With men. With guns. With the sound of marching in the distance and the feeling that the ground had begun to listen. They say clouds are just weather. Just vapor and sun. But not everyone agrees. Because sometimes the sky doesn't predict. It plans. And when it does, when it shapes itself into something too familiar to ignore, we can only hope that this time, the war it brings won't come for us. You hear it first in your teeth. A low vibration, soft but sure, threading itself between your molars like cold floss. It doesn't hurt. Not yet. It's just, uncomfortable. Like you've been marked. Outside, the wind isn't blowing. The trees are still. But the air feels charged, as if the clouds are full of something other than water. That's when someone says it, almost without thinking. Don't move. The sky's humming. They say it the way one might say, the dog's growling, or, there's something in the cellar. Not loud. Not urgent. Just factual. Observed. And in the 1600s, everyone knew what to do next, nothing. You stay exactly where you are. You don't speak. You don't scratch. You don't even breathe too loudly. Because the hum, whatever it is, wherever it comes from, isn't a sound. It's a search. And it doesn't like to be noticed. In one village, they believed the hum was the sound of angels passing overhead, but not the kind with wings and harps. These angels were not sent to comfort. They were sent to inspect. They didn't see with eyes, but with vibration. And if you moved when the sky was humming, you'd draw their attention. And if they looked too closely, they'd see everything. Even the things you forgot you did. There were stories, of course. A farmer who reached to shoo a fly during the hum and lost the use of his arm the next morning. A girl who sneezed and was found hours later, standing in the same place, eyes wide open, but no longer blinking. Her sister swore she hadn't aged since. Sometimes the hum lasted seconds. Other times, it dragged on through the morning mist until the dew itself seemed to buzz. Birds went silent. Dogs lay flat and still, ears pinned. Fires would die, and no one dared relight them. Because flames flicker. And flickering meant movement. People stayed inside if they could. Lay flat if they couldn't. Even the bells of the church were muffled with cloth. Not to avoid being heard, but to avoid becoming part of the hum. Because if the sound caught hold of you, it didn't let go. One woman kept wax under her tongue. She said it absorbed the hum. That it made her invisible to whatever moved overhead. She lived alone. Had no children. But every year, she grew a little shorter. Like the hum had been shaving off pieces of her she didn't need. One winter, she disappeared entirely. Her house stood open. The fire still warm. Her shoes by the door. But no trace of her breath remained in the cold glass windows. The scholars, the ones who scribbled under candlelight and claimed to understand the sky, tried to dismiss it. They said it was distant thunder. Earthquake rumble. The groaning of trees in frost. But none of those explanations mattered to those who felt it, who knew the difference between a sound and a warning. It said the sky hums before great change. Before plagues. Before kings fall. Before crops blacken or bloodlines vanish. And in that moment, when the hum is around you, under you, inside you, it's not just noise. It's judgment. There's one record, brief and nearly torn through with age, of a boy who stood during the hum and dared to speak. Just one word. Why? His mother wept for days. Not because he vanished. But because he didn't. He stayed exactly as he was. But every word he said after that echoed. No matter where. No matter when. His voice never sounded like it belonged to the room again. They buried him alive. Not out of malice. But mercy. You might think it's superstition. That sound can't see. That air doesn't judge. But then you'll hear it. Late. In a moment where nothing is happening. And the world is too still. You'll feel it in your jaw. In your feet. In the floorboards. And you'll understand why, for centuries, people stayed exactly where they were and prayed not to be noticed. Because the hum doesn't come from above. Not really. It comes from beneath the sky. The part we never see. The place where memory and judgment are the same thing. And once it knows you've moved, it remembers. They said it happened just after the frost, when the graveyard had turned silver, and even the crows seemed to walk more carefully across the stones. No wind. No storm. Just silence. And then, the bell rang. Once. Then twice. Then again. Not frantically. Not like an alarm. But slowly, like the hand of time brushing its fingers along memory's edge. Someone screamed, but no one remembered who. What they all remembered was this: no one had touched the rope. The church stood at the top of the hill, spine straight, wooden shoulders bowed with age. The bell tower was sealed tight. Locked since Father Ansel fell down the stairs 2 winters ago and whispered about seeing someone else's hands on the rope just before he slipped. The ladder had broken. His spine had folded. The bell had never rung since. Until now. And that's why the village stopped breathing. Because when the church bell rings and no hand pulls it, it means something has already arrived. In the 1600s, church bells were not only for service. They were used to mark deaths, to chase off storms, to bless the fields, to mourn the unbaptized. And when the rope hung still and the clapper swung on its own, they didn't call it a miracle. They called it a warning. No one went up the hill that night. By morning, the frost was gone, but the bell rang again. This time, 13 times. Someone counted. They always count. A child asked why. Her grandmother covered her ears and whispered, each one for a name that hasn't died yet. A dog refused to enter the church. The birds wouldn't land on the steeple. And inside the nave, the air smelled different: copper, moss, the faint rot of ink left too long on wet parchment. The priest stood in front of the altar and said nothing. He just stared at the bell rope, still hanging. Still unmoved. Still dry. They opened the tower. They climbed the creaking wood and braced their hands on stone. The rope hadn't moved. The mechanism hadn't slipped. The ladder groaned with weight that wasn't there. And in the corner, barely visible, were prints. Not handprints. Not shoe marks. Just presence. A place where the dust had settled thinner, like something had hovered there long enough to listen. No one rang the bell for 3 days. But it kept ringing. Sometimes at dawn. Sometimes at dusk. Never the same number of times. Always slow. Always spaced. As if waiting between each note to see if someone had noticed. Old texts were pulled from beneath the sacristy, the ones written in Latin so old even the monks blinked twice. One passage described voces pendantes, hanging voices. Sounds left behind by the dead who had not finished their final sentence. Bells, it claimed, were their only mouth. Their only breath. And if they spoke through brass, it meant they had something to warn us of. That night, someone saw the bell swing. Not from below. But from the ridge behind the graveyard. A woman carrying her infant. Still in her nightdress. Eyes glassy. She said she saw it move 3 times, and with each toll, her baby stopped breathing for a moment, only to gasp again, like it had left and come back. No one slept. Some said the bell was mourning someone who hadn't yet died. Others said it was announcing the return of someone who never truly passed. And a few, the very old ones, the ones who no longer spoke at all, just wept. Quietly. As if the sound meant remembering something they'd promised to forget. On the 7th day, the bell stopped. Just like that. No toll. No echo. The silence was worse. Because now the air was listening. The priest lit 7 candles, 1 for each day the bell had spoken. He placed them in the window, 1 inch apart. And before the last flame went out, he died. Not violently. Just, stopped. Like the bell had been keeping time for him, and now time was no longer needed. They sealed the tower again. With nails soaked in holy water. With prayers sewn into linen and shoved beneath the door. With stones piled at the threshold, just in case silence decided to move again. But even now, even centuries later, they say that if the bell rings and no one pulls the rope, don't look up. Don't ask questions. Just listen. Because someone is trying to finish their sentence. And you might be the one who knows how it ends. They say there's a book. Just one. Bound not in leather, but something thinner, almost soft, like skin that once carried a heartbeat. It has no title. No author. No markings on the spine. It doesn't sit on a shelf. It waits. And if you find it, it means it wants to be found. But whatever you do, don't read it out loud. In the 1600s, people knew that books were more than just ink and parchment. They were containers. Holding ideas. Holding names. Holding things that had once been whispered into smoke and now lived forever on the page. Most were prayers. Some were lists. A few were maps. But one was different. They called it Liber Vox Mortui, the Book of the Dead Voice. Not because it summoned the dead. But because it was a dead voice. Preserved. Pressed between pages. Not written, but trapped. The rules were simple. You could read it. Silently. Page by page, if your courage held. But if you spoke the words aloud, even just one, something listened back. Not from the air. From inside the book. There's a record of a monk who tried it once. Alone, by candlelight, in a stone room with no windows. He spoke the first sentence and immediately began weeping. Not loud. Not frantic. Just a slow stream of tears. When his brothers found him days later, the candle was burned to wax, and he hadn't turned the page. He'd only read the first line. But he kept whispering it over and over. As if the book wouldn't let him say anything else. They buried the book that day. In salt. In chains. In 7 layers of ash and silence. But books don't rot. Not ones like this. And they don't stay buried. It turned up again 30 years later. In a barn, of all places. Wrapped in wool. Nestled beside a bucket of dried fruit. The man who found it said it felt warm. Not hot. Not glowing. Just, warm. Like breath had recently passed through it. He read the second page aloud. By morning, the cows wouldn't go near him. His wife said his voice echoed, even when he didn't speak. The windows in their home fogged from the inside, no matter the season. And when he slept, he'd murmur in languages no one recognized, not Latin, not Greek, not anything known. They say the book teaches you. Not how to summon, but how to translate. Things that were never meant to be spoken with a living tongue. Names with too many syllables. Questions with no punctuation. It starts with curiosity. Ends with silence. Because the final pages, they're blank. Always. Until you read them. Then they fill themselves in. With your thoughts. Your memories. Your regrets. And the moment your name appears, the book closes itself. Forever. You're not supposed to know what it says. There was a village once where a girl learned to copy it. Not transcribe. Not rewrite. But mimic. She heard it once, someone reading the 7th line, and she repeated it under her breath as a joke. Her teeth turned gray that night. She never lost them. But they no longer cast shadows. And her father swore she could hear footsteps hours before they arrived. People began saying she was the book. That it had moved into her, page by page. That when she spoke, it wasn't with her own breath, but borrowed ink. They built her a room in the chapel. Locked it from the outside. Placed ink wells around her bed. So it has somewhere else to go, they said. She died with her mouth closed. The book wasn't found again for 50 years. This time in a sealed drawer. In a sealed desk. In a sealed house where the door was bricked from the inside. No one ever figured out how it got there. Or how to make it leave. Because you don't burn books like that. Fire doesn't touch them. Not really. It just avoids them. Like it's afraid to learn what's written on the inside. Now, it's said that if you find a book that feels warm to the touch, and you can't explain how it got there, leave it. Do not open. Do not breathe near it. And if the words begin to form on their own, which they might, turn away. Because once you speak them, they remember you. Not the book. The words. And words, once spoken, don't go back to sleep. They follow. They echo. They wait for your voice again. Even when you're alone. Especially then. So if you find such a book, and it seems to shift when you blink, and you feel it watching you even though books have no eyes, don't try to understand it. Just whisper your apologies. And close it. Softly. There are names you speak to call someone near. And there are names you never say, not once, not even in your head, because they're not meant to bring people closer. They're meant to keep something asleep. She was one of those names. And in the 1600s, they said if you spoke it aloud 3 times, she'd remember the sound of your mouth. No one remembers the name anymore. Not the exact syllables. Only the rhythm of it, 2 soft, 1 sharp. Like a lullaby sung in reverse. They used to say it in whispers. Behind hands. Behind curtains. When the air felt too still and the moon looked too round. But never 3 times. That was the rule. The first time. She listens. The second time. She stands. The third time. She walks toward you. People didn't believe at first. They never do. Until someone's voice cracks in the middle of the third call. Until someone says it as a joke and the fire goes out. Until someone giggles and their reflection doesn't follow them when they leave the room. The earliest story came from a woman who found the name carved into her wooden comb. Just 3 letters, scratched over and over, in a child's hand. But she didn't have children. She lived alone. And the comb had been in her family for generations. She said it hummed when she brushed her hair. That when she closed her eyes, she could feel another hand moving with hers. She said the name once, in front of a mirror. Once, as she fell asleep. Once, out of habit. That was 3. They found her the next morning in a room without shadows. Just light, but the wrong kind. Like candlelight coming from nowhere. And on her skin were 3 marks. Not wounds. Not burns. Just, spaces where skin had turned to silence. Another tale tells of a child who didn't believe in anything but candy and stories. He said the name once while spinning. Once while skipping. Once while hiding in the wardrobe. He never came out. They opened the wardrobe and found his shoes. Still tied. Still warm. But no child. And no echoes. People began sewing their lips on the night of a red moon. Just 3 stitches. Not to keep silence in. But to keep her name from falling out accidentally. One girl swallowed a stone every day so her throat would stay heavy. A boy wore a bell on his wrist so his voice would always have to compete with another sound. Because names are invitations. And hers didn't come with a return address. They called her, She Who Remembers. Because if you said her name, she'd remember the shape of you. Not your name. Not your house. You. Your warmth. Your fear. The sound your feet made on the floorboards at midnight. The way your breath caught when you realized you were alone, but something else wasn't. The third time was always the moment the world bent slightly. Nothing dramatic. Just a flicker in the mirror. A door left open that you swore you closed. A voice behind your left ear that said nothing, but felt like it almost did. And once she came, you never saw her. Not directly. But you'd notice things shift. A chair that never stayed where you left it. A photograph, long before cameras existed, that changed each time you looked. A smell, like river moss and old paper. She doesn't haunt. She inhabits. Like a thought you can't forget. Like a shadow that waits just a little longer than the light. One man tried to undo it. He wrote the name backward. He swallowed ink. He stitched his own tongue to his sleeve. But he couldn't forget the shape of the name. And when he slept, he'd murmur it again. 3 times. In dreams. And dreams, after all, are just another kind of mirror. In the end, no one could explain where she came from. Whether she was a woman, a warning, or a wound made sentient. Only that once you called her, really called her, you stopped being just a person. You became a chapter in her memory. And she never forgets. So if you ever feel the urge to say a name you don't recognize, a name that comes unbidden, floating just behind your teeth, pause. Once is curiosity. Twice is foolishness. 3 times. 3 times is permission. And she's always listening for that third breath. It was supposed to be a joy. Birth always is, even in a century when pain is normal and screaming doesn't bring help, it just makes the chickens nervous. But something was wrong from the moment the baby arrived. Not with its breathing, or its eyes, or its fingers. No, it was the mouth. The baby had teeth. Not little buds. Not soft white gums with promise. Real teeth. 4, on the bottom. 2 on the top. Tiny and pale, with edges already sharp enough to nick the skin. And in that moment, silence fell like a blanket too thick to breathe under. The midwife stepped back. The mother didn't cry. No one moved. Because a baby born with teeth was not a baby you kept. In the 1600s, it wasn't science. It wasn't a quirk of development or a tale to tell with wine years later. It was a sign. A curse. A marker. In some places, it meant the baby had already lived before, that it remembered too much. In others, it meant the mother had been touched by something unnatural. That the child would speak too soon. See too far. Die too young, or worse, never die at all. They said such children bit their own tongues in the womb. That they whispered during fevered sleep. That when they finally did cry, it wouldn't be from hunger, but from knowing things they shouldn't. So we lied. We told the others the baby had been stillborn. We cried at the right moments. We buried a bundle of cloth wrapped around a wooden spoon, and no one asked to look. The real child. We hid her. It wasn't out of love. It was out of fear. She didn't cry for 3 days. Just stared. Eyes wide, mouth barely open, the tip of one tooth catching the candlelight when you got too close. On the 4th night, she laughed. Not a baby laugh. No bubbles, no gurgles. Just a small, deliberate sound. As if she'd waited until we were ready to hear it. We weren't. At first, she grew like any other. Thin limbs, bright eyes, small hands always reaching. But she never crawled. She'd sit still, watching shadows as if waiting for them to move first. Once, I left her near the hearth. She hadn't stood before. But when I turned my back, she was across the room. No footprints in the ash. No soot on her nightgown. Just standing. Silent. Children are strange. But this one wasn't strange. She was deliberate. Like a thought pretending to be a body. We stopped saying her name aloud. Just in case it gave her more weight. More shape. More anchor. We fed her in silence. Washed her in moonless hours. Never let her near mirrors. But still, the lies followed us. Because in a village this small, people sense what they're not told. The butcher's wife began leaving dried mint on our windowsill, a ward against spoiled breath. A boy threw a stone at our roof and swore it bounced back twice as fast. One morning, we woke to find feathers sewn into our doorframe. Not nailed. Sewn. We should have left. We didn't. And then she bit the priest. It wasn't a wound. Just a graze. He leaned too close, trying to bless her with salt and verse, and she leaned back. Smiled. And gently clamped down on the tip of his finger. When he pulled away, there was no blood. Just a dent. But his voice trembled for the rest of the sermon. They say children with teeth at birth can speak the language of birds. That they dream in other people's memories. That they attract insects, always in odd numbers. And when the clock stopped, for no reason, at no hour, we didn't ask questions. We just moved her into the cellar. Not to harm her. Just to pause her. Delay whatever she was becoming. She didn't cry. She didn't call out. We brought her food and left it near the door. Some mornings it was gone. Some mornings, untouched, but the wood around the plate warped, as if heat had bent it without fire. Eventually, someone saw her. A girl who had wandered too close. She never said what she saw. Just stared at her own fingers for days. Then began collecting hair from brushes and nails from shoes. That girl became someone else. But that's another story. The child with teeth. She vanished. Not with wind. Not with light. Just, wasn't there one morning. The plate was still warm. Her blanket folded. But no body. No goodbye. We never spoke of it again. Because the truth wasn't just dangerous. It invited more. And the world already had too many children with knowing eyes and silent mouths. It didn't used to rain like this. That's what the old man said. Not because there was more water, or because the clouds were heavier, but because of the rhythm. That steady, patient sound. Like fingers tapping a table. Like someone counting. It always started the same way. A soft hiss in the distance. Leaves shifting. Windows clouding. Then, the first drop on the roof. Then another. Then another. And slowly, drip, 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 the rhythm took shape. In the 1600s, people didn't trust patterns they didn't create. Especially not ones that came from above. Or worse, from around. Rain wasn't just weather. It was a message. Or a warning. Or a visitor that didn't need to knock. They said the devil liked rain. Not storms. Not floods. Just rain. The slow kind. The kind that slipped into your house through the cracks in the wood. The kind that found your neck when your cloak was dry. The kind that felt cold even near fire. They said he spoke through it. Not loudly. Just enough. If you listened too long, especially alone, especially at night, you'd start to hear things between the drops. Not words. Just the shape of them. The idea of a voice. A question you didn't want to answer. It always came from the corner of the ceiling. The one with the leak. That part of the roof that never fully dried. You'd hear the rain there first. And then, if you were foolish enough to keep listening, it would change. Because sometimes, the drops would fall, and never hit the ground. They'd stop halfway. Mid-air. Like something was catching them. Or drinking them. A woman once said she heard her name in the rain. Only once. Clear. Deliberate. As if someone had stood just outside and whispered through the crack in the door. She asked her husband if he heard it too. He didn't answer. Because he'd gone outside to prove her wrong. And never came back in. Another tale tells of a boy who followed the sound. Thought it was music. Thought it was coming from a puddle in the barn. But when he leaned close, the puddle moved, not with wind, not with ripple. It shrank, like something was pulling it inward. They found the boy hours later, lying dry in a field full of mud. No rain had touched him. But his lips were soaked. People started building with stone. Not because it was stronger, but because wood listens. Wood carries sound. Wood remembers footsteps, and voices, and the shape of rain on a roof. And sometimes, if you put your ear to a beam that's been there long enough, you can still hear the last storm it survived. Or the whisper it wasn't supposed to. They said if the rain ever tapped your window in threes, you shouldn't look. Not even sideways. Not even through glass. Because he, the one they never named, wasn't asking to come in. He already had. And he was just reminding you. One girl stared too long. She said the rhythm changed. That the drops began to sound like breathing. Slow. Wet. And that in the silence between them, she could hear her own thoughts, being rearranged. After that, she stopped speaking. She still moved. Still ate. Still blinked. But never spoke again. They say you can protect yourself if you play louder music. If you hum. If you speak constantly, just to drown it out. But the rain waits. It always waits. And the moment you grow tired, the moment you pause to listen, even by accident, that's when you hear it. That subtle shift. That change from falling on your house, to falling in it. And once you've heard it once, it never sounds like just rain again. Because now, you know it has teeth. And it's counting something. Or someone. The people in the village eventually learned a trick. They'd stuff the attic with salt. hang iron keys from the rafters. And never, never, leave a basin out in the open. Because if you looked into water while the rain spoke, it might show you who was listening from the other side. And the worst part? Sometimes, it's you. It wasn't gold. Or silver. Or anything that would sparkle under torchlight. In fact, it was so dull that most people thought it was worthless, just a weathered disc of metal so old the markings had rubbed away. But those who held it, knew better. Because no matter how many times you gave it away, it came back. Sometimes it returned in your pocket, even if you'd burned the clothes. Sometimes it showed up in a drawer that had been locked for months. Once, a man buried it beneath a tree, and the tree died. The coin was on his doorstep the next morning, wet with sap. They say it first appeared during a famine. Passed hand to hand by those too hungry to keep it. It didn't buy food, but it made people uncomfortable, and that was worth something. They'd give it away just to feel clean. And for a moment, they did. But then it came back, and the guilt came with it. Because by then, they'd started noticing what followed it. The disappearances. The dreams. The animals staring through windows. At first, they thought it was cursed. Then they thought it was possessed. Then they realized, it wasn't either. It was bound. Not by magic, but by memory. By the act of being passed between too many hands. It remembered things. Carried them. Like a stain soaked deep into fabric. It wasn't the coin itself that was dangerous. It was the weight of everything it had been through. Every exchange. Every desperate prayer whispered over it before being tossed into a begging bowl. Every lie spoken to justify giving it away. Every secret it was traded to protect. It wasn't money anymore. It was a witness. One woman tried to melt it. She worked the forge alone, kept the bellows steady, stared into the flames long after her arms should have tired. When the metal softened, she thought she'd succeeded. But as she poured it into the mold, the fire hissed, like breath from a mouth that didn't belong to her. The mold cracked. The metal spat. And when the heat cooled and the smoke cleared, the coin was whole again. Exactly the same. Except now it was warm. Another story tells of a boy who swallowed it. Said he wanted to keep it from his brother. Not to steal its power, just to protect him. He died 3 days later. Peacefully, they said. No marks. No fever. Just, stillness. But when they dressed him for burial, the coin was under his tongue. And his brother wouldn't stop smiling. After that, people stopped calling it a coin. They called it the memory. As if it wasn't something you held, but something that held you. It became a test. Travelers who passed through town were sometimes offered it, just to see if they'd take it. Most didn't. A few did. Those few were never seen again, at least, not as themselves. One came back with eyes too wide. One came back and couldn't stop bleeding from the palms, even though there were no wounds. One came back and kept repeating the same sentence in a language no one recognized, until her voice was raw and her teeth fell out one by one. They said if you truly wanted to be rid of it, you had to give it to someone who trusted you. Not just someone willing to take it, but someone who believed you meant well. That's what made it cruel. Because the more you cared about someone, the more likely they were to accept the coin. And the more likely it was to ruin them. It taught people not to love too deeply. Not to trust too quickly. And never, ever, to take something given freely, especially if the giver seemed relieved. But some learned to live with it. To carry it as a reminder. To keep it near, but never touch it with bare skin. They wrapped it in cloth. Sewed it into pages of books no one would read. Buried it in jars of milk that curdled in hours. But still, it hummed. Not with sound. But with presence. Like a thought that stays in the room even after the person who thought it has left. And once, when it was thrown into a river, the fish refused to come near the shore for 7 years. You can't escape memory. Not really. That's what the coin teaches you. That guilt has gravity. That the past doesn't stay buried. It circles. It finds new shapes. And sometimes, it collects interest. Because you can't keep giving something away without asking why you wanted to in the first place. It's quiet now. Not because the stories are over, but because they've all curled up beside you, like gentle creatures in the dark. You've heard about coins that return, bells that ring without hands, comets with faces, and rain that speaks in syllables only the soul understands. You've sat beside strange women and quiet men. You've stared into wells. Touched mirrors with trembling fingers. Walked through homes where salt keeps watch better than any man ever could. And you made it here. Not untouched. But unforgotten. There's something strange about the 1600s, about the way fear wore a familiar face. It wasn't monsters with fangs. It was bread that molded too fast. It was cows that stared too long. It was the way milk soured without warning, or wind shifted mid-sentence. It was the suspicion that everything, even a child's cough, meant something more. Because in that world, every shadow was a question. And every answer came wearing someone else's voice. But you know what else that time had? Lullabies. Not sweet ones. Not always soft. But lullabies, nonetheless, in the form of stories. Warnings. Whispers passed from lips to ears to fire to floorboards. People told them not just to scare, but to remind. That even in a world stitched with superstition and sorrow, you weren't ever really alone in it. Someone had heard that same bell. Someone had seen that same cloud. Someone had also felt the hair on their neck rise when the owl wouldn't blink. And that knowing, that shared knowing, is its own kind of candlelight. We carry those stories because we're human. Because even now, when you can flick on a flashlight or check the weather on a glowing screen, there are moments when something deeper stirs. A breath held too long. A room that feels 1 degree colder than it should. A dream you don't quite remember, but wake from clutching your chest like something just let go. That feeling. It's not just fear. It's memory. Because somewhere inside you is a part that still listens for the devil in the rain. That still wonders if that shape in the cloud meant something. That still pauses before throwing salt, not because you believe, but because someone else once did, and maybe they weren't entirely wrong. And that's the strange beauty of superstition. It doesn't demand belief. It only asks for your attention. So if tonight you feel a little heavier, a little more aware, a little more like your breath is brushing up against centuries of stories, that's okay. That's part of the journey. You're not haunted. You're human. You've just walked with the dead a little while. You've tasted their fears. Held their symbols. Understood, if only for a few quiet hours, what it meant to live in a world where thunder was an omen, and the moon might bleed for you. And now, you've returned. Not to sunlight. But to stillness. And in that stillness, there's peace. Because now you know, the world has always been strange. And yet, so have we. We've coped by whispering stories into the dark. By giving names to things we don't understand. By planting iron under pillows, sewing teeth into hems, and passing down tales not because they're true, but because they're needed. To explain. To survive. To remember. So tonight, as the hum of your room grows softer, as your breath steadies, as the weight of the stories begins to settle into the folds of your blanket and the quiet between your thoughts, know this. You're safe now. You've walked through 1,000 whispered fears and come out the other side. The candle didn't go out. The mirror didn't crack. And if it did, well, that's a tale for another night. Because the world is strange, beautifully, hauntingly, inexplicably strange, but you are never alone in it. And somewhere, just out of sight, just behind the corner of your memory, is another voice. Another story. Another secret waiting to be told. If you're still awake, that's okay. Maybe you're listening with your eyes half closed, or maybe you're already somewhere else, floating in that gentle place between dream and memory. Either way, thank you for walking with me through these strange and flickering corners of the past. The world we wandered tonight was not made of castles or kings, but of small, quiet fears. Of cracked mirrors, sour milk, and the stories people told to make sense of shadows. And somehow, through it all, they found ways to go on. To tuck salt into their sleeves. To whistle, or not. To love, even while afraid. Maybe that's the real magic of superstition. Not the power to control the world, but the comfort of believing someone, somewhere, has walked through the same dark, and left behind a whisper for you to follow. So rest easy now. Let the old fears fade with the firelight. And if you ever need another strange story to keep you company, you know where to find me. Good night, traveler. And dream gently.